Hello, hello. Welcome to the Beaker Show. We are getting ready to jump into session number 10. We are short 2 players at the moment, potentially just 1 later on. But we'll make do. So give me just a moment here. We're going to jump in with the players and we'll do a little recap for you guys.
Oh.
All right. So, recapping from last week's session, you guys had made your way around Fandolin for a little while, hung out there for a day or so, then decided to tackle the Tower of Storms off to the west coast. Making your way there took a little time. You guys met up with a talking turtle on the beach of the lighthouse.
Mr. T.
helped out a banshee at his request, his former master. You guys went into the lighthouse, recovered a treasure that she wanted so she could pass on. You also took the time to search the shipwrecks just on the cape and came up with a couple neat items, couple fun items. Had a nice little tussle with a group of sharks as well. You've made your way back to Fandolin after that. Met up with your centaur acquaintance from a couple episodes ago for a moment. Dropped off an item to you guys. Had a foot race. All kinds of fun on your way back to town. You guys made it back with no issues. That's pretty much where we were. The other thing we did last stream was we went ahead and ran through another day of mining for your fighter, Aiden, who is one of our missing players today, so that works out kind of well. We already know what he's doing for the day. So, that being said, we are actually on that day. So, waking up in Fandolin the day or so after Tower of Storms. What would you guys like to do? Anything you want to be working on?
Depends. I guess. Are we gonna do this like speed through the day? Is that what you're asking, or like is it just like a normal day where we wake up and what are we doing?
Yeah. Just what would you like to do today? I mean, you guys can speed through it if you want. It's really up to you guys.
Well, I guess if I'm waking up, I'm gonna go down and have a seat and wait for the rest of the party. I guess to wake up.
Cool. Yeah, because I think the only thing you guys currently have on your list to do is the shrine. So if you wanted to go around and find some other things to do, this would be a good day to do it as well. So.
Yeah. I'm not really feeling the shrine without the full party.
Yeah.
Not really feeling the shrine at all, to be honest.
Well,
I'm not worried about it, but whatever.
I'm still up for it. I mean, as long as it's not like too big of like a thing to mess up.
So, Rhaegar, you're hanging out downstairs with Toblin, the barkeep. What's everybody else doing?
Did we just wake up, or has it been a while?
It's up to you. I mean, you could have been up already. This is just the beginning of the next day, so.
I'm gonna get up, have my apple juice, my chunky apple juice, and some bacon.
Feast of Champions right there.
Likewise. Yes, sir.
I'll probably cook breakfast like normal just to keep that skill engaged.
Cool.
So, Bing, I'm assuming Bink's having a seat next to me with his apple juice.
Yep.
So Bink, I think we should probably, if we're thinking about this last quest we have to go and fight all these orcs and ogres and everything at the shrine, we probably need some sort of plan. Like our party needs to strategize, because we don't know, like we know what's in there, right? But we don't know how we're gonna take it on. So it might be something left, better once Aiden's back, once Valeria shows up. But just something to keep in mind.
Yes. I do think we need everyone for this one. I feel something important might be here. But a great power is definitely there, so we're gonna need everyone.
Okay. And that's pretty much it. I think I need to work out my game more. I forgot about my character. I forgot to try and iron out that game I have. So I gotta spend some time and do that while other people are talking. But yeah, that was it.
Alright. I think Lalia, you spent the night with Gostier.
Right.
Or at Gostier's, sorry.
Yeah, not with Gostier. In my own space. It's just close enough to the man cave to be in the man cave, but not, yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. So Lalia has been feeling a little conflicted over the kind of divergence from her oath and mission she's had here for the last few days, and is just kind of dealing with complex emotions around her mission, and feeling like she is slacking on what she should be doing, but also having found people to trust for the first time in a really long time, and that's kind of a weird sensation for her, and she's feeling a little disconnected from her deity. So I'm probably just going to wake up and head out toward nature, ideally nearby woods, could also be open plain, and just kind of commune with Scarrett for the day.
Cool. Yeah, there's plenty of open fields around Fandolin. There's a couple patches of trees you could probably hit up, so easy enough.
Say Bink. Oh, sorry. Were you done? I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, yeah, I was done. Sorry, I was just coughing. Go ahead.
No, I meant your wife.
Yep, I'm good.
Michaela. Okay. So Bink, what do you say, since Aiden's in the mines, we don't know where Valeria is. Ixon, what were you planning to do today?
Well, first off, I wanted to ask the DM about my prior knowledge. Sorry about the chair.
Very good.
Okay.
Would I have any knowledge as to helping out with building the house? I mean, I've built huts before, but I've not really done any construction.
Make an intelligence check.
Oh boy.
Okay. Houses are a little bigger than huts. You could probably at least be helpful. I don't think you'd be leading any projects. But you could probably, if you're told to take this board and put it there, you would at least be a good hand in that sense. But probably not something that you could build by yourself. Like, you wouldn't be able to build your own house, but you could certainly help.
Okay. Do we have people working on that? Or is it all up to us?
Yeah, it's on you guys so far.
Okay.
Yeah, I only have people out of character. I only have people working on the wall around the town. I don't have any. I haven't paid anybody to work on the actual house.
Okay. Well, I'd like to work on the house, but I don't know who I would get to help me. You know.
Well, that's why I was asking what you were doing today, because I wanted to work on the house too. But it was either going to be the house or the wall. And if I work on the wall, it's going to get built faster. And the wall, I feel like, is a bigger priority. So if you guys wanted to work on the wall or the house today, I could work on the wall. Help the workers that are already out there. Because once the wall is built, then we can look at installing this ballista that we found the schematics for. But we need to have like a place to put it first. Like you can't just like put it on the ground; it'd be useless. It needs to be up high.
I think we should all travel together. So if we're working on the wall, we should all work on the wall. That being said, I don't want to work on the house with Bink because who knows what could go wrong there.
Bink is hurts from this.
I come up to the house and Bink's like dead under a pile of lumber. How does that happen? But yeah, I mean, if you guys want to work on the wall, we can. I mean, we could always work on the wall today and then maybe see what we're gonna do tomorrow. We don't really have much else to do right now without the full party, so.
I will say, Rhaegar, go ahead and make a quick perception check for me. This is going to be based on past, so it's not anything you're actively looking for at the moment.
10.
Okay.
Not 1.
No. Well, you remember coming into town that something was different about the wall from before you left?
Something's different about the wall, guys. I don't know what it is.
You remember
I have short-term memory loss.
You remember telling yourself, I should... Yeah, and then you went to sleep.
So that's what I remember?
Yeah, something was different about the wall coming back into Fandolin this time.
Can I go outside and look?
Sure, go ahead and make an investigation check.
So I'm going to walk outside.
I made a mental note, but I forget the note.
Okay, that's a 22.
Okay. So through kind of like peering around to the best of your skills and being able to talk with Toblin and him kind of updating you on the status, you still have a couple gold left in the payment fund with Toblin. But most of the 3 entrances to the town all now have like archways.
Ooh.
And the baseline of the wall, like the entire outline that you had put down, has been made. So there is at least 5 feet of stone. At least 5 feet. Some places, to kind of make it even, the land dipped some places, so they filled it in a little bit lower. But in general, all around the town, there is at least a 5-foot barrier now that has been erected.
Woohoo!
Okay.
So.
I'm gonna walk back in and back to Bink and Ixon. I'm sorry, my memory is like really bad today. I didn't get a lot of sleep. So guys, looks like the wall is coming along pretty good. We might be probably about halfway done the wall. Looks like most of the entrances to the town are done. So if we work on the wall today, we might be able to get a good amount of it done. Then we'll have at least some fortification for this town.
That sounds good. I'm in.
That sounds splendid.
Okay, cool. So I've got tasks for all of you. So Aiden's going to be mining. Lalia's going to be communing. You guys are going to work on the wall. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and let you guys do that. And we can fast forward to like dinner time, which is about... It'll be getting dark. It's when people are going to be coming back. Unfortunately, and I'm really sorry about this, guys, I need to use the restroom real quick. So
You're good.
I'm going to pause for just a moment.
All right.
Alright, so you guys have gone about your tasks for the day. We'll say between the three of you working on the wall, if you could each make a... let's say deck.
It might be different for some of us because I'm using spells to do it.
Yeah, make a survival check. It's probably the closest skill to like building and things of that nature. So
14.
Bink got an 8.
Oh my god.
This is why I don't build things.
Survival of the fittest right here, people.
God. Did I roll the highest?
Yes.
Oh, no.
The other two both got 8s. So,
Oh my god.
so you guys managed to get like another 20%. So you've now taken. So if the wall itself is, pretend numbers here, let's say 100 meters long, you got like 20 meters of it up to like 10 feet instead of 5 feet.
Okay.
So.
In those plans, Chris, like add a character, I do want to put somewhere on the wall, and I know this is going to take longer to build, but somewhere that we can put a ballista. Like, I don't know if that'd be like a tower, but like if you think like medieval style, right, where they have like, they have sort of like a platform they sit on that has like a stairway up to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what I was sort of thinking. I mean, I don't really understand how big the ballista is. I'm guessing it's like probably like 5 feet by 5 feet.
Yeah. Are you talking the one that you got the plans for from Nomengrad?
Yeah.
That one itself was a little bit different. That was an auto ballista, and it pointed 4 directions.
Okay.
Oh.
A regular straight up single ballista is a little bit bigger. It usually occupies like a 10 by 10 space.
Okay.
But that's certainly something you guys could probably have ordered. I don't know that any of you would really be proficient in making it, but we can get to that.
Okay, that's fine. Well, then forget it for now.
Yep.
We could always just build that later.
Yeah, but I'll keep that in mind. But yeah, the one that you saw was more for like, it acted more of like a trap or like an indoor deterrent kind of thing is what you felt like with that.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, regular general ballista are pretty much common knowledge, so you guys could track those down easily. That one was just unique because it was auto firing in multiple directions.
Like it would like target and fire?
No, not so much target and fire, just like once you tripped the trap, this thing would just continuously shoot down 4 hallways. That's how it was set up.
I guess I didn't really understand that part. Okay.
That's right. So. Cool. So that being said, you guys making your way back from the wall. Lolly, you can continue to commune if you want, but it is dinner time, so Aiden's headed back to town as well. I want... the 3 of you working on the wall.
Yes.
Well, actually... Okay, yes, the 3 of you working on the wall, make a perception check for me.
That is a 23.
That's a 14.
Okay. As you guys are headed back to the inn, you do kind of notice down the way at Barthen's, it appears that he has drawn a large cart and beast and is kind of filling it up with provisions. Not something you've really necessarily seen before. It looks like he's maybe he's got a delivery or something to make, but it's definitely like he's filling up a cart full of stuff right now. So you just you notice that because it's not something you've seen before. Yeah, so you notice that on your way into the inn.
Can I stop and say, hey, Barthen, need help with that?
He looks back and says, "Oh, no. I've got it. I got to make sure I catalog everything and mark off the inventory as I put it in here. It's a bit of a pain, but I've got to do it. It's it's time to make a delivery to the logging camp, and we actually haven't heard from them in the last week or so. So it's probably best to get this out there as soon as possible."
Is that normal to not hear from them that long?
No, they usually deliver their lumber and goods about every 3 to 5 days. It's been about 8 or 9 now, and we haven't had a delivery and haven't had a messenger. So, but it is time to make a supply run out to them. I believe Harbin may have posted a job ad asking for a little help with this as well, because unfortunately this month I don't have the time to go out and make the delivery myself, but that is what I'm working on here, and hopefully we can find out what's going on. Maybe there was a snag in the production line, or I don't know. I've never been out there and not seen them working, and not seen them have a large output, but who knows?
Okay. Well, we'll take a look at that posting. As I turn to Bink and Ixon, do you guys want to go check that out, or if you want, I can run and grab it and bring it back while we eat? We can look at it.
Okay, sure. That sounds fine.
Cool. So you're gonna run
so
over and check a posting?
Yeah, I'm gonna run over to the job board.
Okay.
See what's there.
Yeah, it does in fact have a posting for a loggers camp. It's basically just exactly what Barthen was saying. It's just it's asking for someone to take the supplies safely out to the loggers camp, requiring a signature from a Tybor Wester, confirming that the goods were delivered, to be brought back to either Barthen or the town master Harbin Wester.
Huh. So I guess Harbin and this guy are brothers? That's what it seems like.
Sounds like it.
You could ask. But there is a reward for completing it and getting the signature. It's 100 gold.
So I'm bringing this back and filling everybody else in. I'm gonna use my my sending stone. Ask
It'll come to you.
Lalia where she's at.
You're just asking her where she is?
Yeah. And then I'm gonna communicate the quest the job that we found, job posting.
Is there?
And let you know that we're at the inn.
Yeah, I want to check with Chris really fast. Are you requiring that we each be holding the sending stone for them to work?
I mean, it's got to at least be on your person for it to work.
Okay, it's like in my backpack, but I don't know that I would have it out while I was commuting with Scarab.
Then him asking if you're there, it would I don't know, we use cell phone mechanics, it's vibrating.
That's kind of cool. Okay.
It's emitting something, and you hear some little squeaks coming from your backpack, and you don't have a mouse in there. You can kind of hear Rhaegar on the other end, hello, Lalia.
All right, cool.
Hello, in here.
All right.
You there?
So yeah, then I will pick up my rock cell phone, and upon hearing about the quest and where they are, I will head towards the inn.
Okay. Make a perception check for me as you're headed back.
You got it. Perception.
As you're out in the fields, headed back to town.
The sun's in my eyes.
Alright. No, you don't really see anything. There's some creatures, some other animals hanging out see a couple deer, things like that. But yeah, you're pretty you're focused on getting back to the inn. So, that being said, it takes you, I mean, not too long to get back. You didn't make it. You didn't go too far out of town. Not like a day journey or anything.
No.
The rest of you managed to get in line. You get a table at Toblin's. You see that your friend Aiden has made it back, and he is looking exhausted. Pretty dirty, but he tells you about his exploits and that he managed to unearth a platinum ore today that he was sold.
I don't know if he would share that with us, Chris.
I thought he did.
I don't remember if he did. Like if he would let us actually know what he got.
Yeah, I thought he did. But okay, no, never mind. We'll go ahead. We'll scratch that for now. He'll just tell you that he found some ores and he had a decent day of mining, and now he's very, very tired.
But Aiden tired? That never happens.
Yeah.
Can I notice, Chris? I see that even though he's tired, he looks happy for once.
You can make an insight check.
That is going to be. I even have any? Oh, there it is. I never make it.
He doesn't seem as down as he did the last time he went mining.
Oh. Huh.
But it doesn't really strike you as like exuberant or any happier than normal, just not upset.
Okay. I'm just checking on my investment.
Sorry. But with that, Valeria, you've made it back into town. Lalia, not Valeria. Valeria is doing her own shit. You guys haven't seen her most of the day. You guys have caught her in passing as you were working on the walls. You kind of saw her like stopping into Lenine's, walking around. So she's been in and about doing her own thing, but
yeah, that's not anything new for her. She's always just kind of a loner.
But Lalia, you have made it back into town. You are outside of the inn. I'm assuming you've probably been told that we got a seat. We're headed in.
Right.
Hello, you there?
That thing you do when you go out to eat.
How you doing?
We're inside. We have a seat. I hope you know I'm just gonna annoy you with the sending stone.
Oh, fantastic. And now
Oh,
Chris
yeah.
has made it so that you can call me even when I'm not touching it. Thanks for that. Lalia may just accidentally leave it on her bedroll one day. Like, whoops.
Just don't annoy her at 3 a.m. I mean, you gave our centaur a vibrator, so.
I mean, hey, look, I could always give the sending stone to Bink.
Ooh.
Oh no.
If you want, Lalia, that's fine.
And thus Lalia begins to practice her sleight of hand to figure out who she can sneak her sending stone
Don't
to.
forget, Lalia could give her stone to Bink. So
Or to Droopy. Oh my goodness. That could be
Then
funny.
And then I could take the sending stone and put it inside Barthen's, hide it inside his clothes somewhere.
imagine if Bink and Droopy had the sending stone.
Oh no!
Neither of them would sleep again.
Right?
Who's this? Who's this? Who are you? Who are you?
Like every kid's movie with walkie-talkies. But yeah, I'll go in and join them.
Cool.
Wherever they are. If there's room. Is there room?
Yeah.
I take up 3 seats for no reason.
I definitely half
Are
sit
there
on
any
you,
booths
trying to
in
get you to move.
Bar, or is it all just tables and chairs?
There's a bar.
No, I know there's bar. Is there a booth?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you just asked if it was a bar. No, there aren't really booths.
Okay, just curious.
There are. The closest thing to a booth is there are some tables that are up against the wall, but they just still have basic chairs or benches.
So while we're sitting here, I'm gonna pull out a piece of paper and some of that charcoal that I have, and look at everybody and say, "Look, so we had this quest to go on, to deliver the supplies to the logging camp that I told you about earlier. But while we're eating, this may be a good time if you guys have any ideas of how we want to strategize. Once we're all together, we can do it then if you want instead, or at least have some preliminary ideas now, because I think we're gonna have to strategize to go inside this, to go and attack this shrine, because there's quite a lot of enemies in there.
So strategizing for the shrine, not strategizing for the delivery.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think if everybody's okay with going to the logging camp tomorrow, I figured that's what we'd do. But just looking forward, because we're gonna have to do the shrine at some point. So does anybody have any ideas of plan of attacks?
I have ideas, though it would be best for our wizard friend to be here because my idea centers on many of her abilities.
Okay. Well, we can wait. That's fine. I'll just pick up my paper and charcoal.
I think we can guarantee we need the gnome there to shatter some stuff, though. That I think it'd be a must.
Well, hold on. I'm curious. Out of game. If we strategize towards conquering the shrine, is it metagaming or not?
No, not at all.
No.
If you guys are talking about how you want to do it.
That's just good teamwork
Yep.
right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we're talking about like in-character strategizing,
Yeah.
but
Yep,
it's
that is
really no
perfectly
different
fine.
than just talking.
Yeah.
Yep, that is
My
perfectly.
other curiosity is if we strategize, is that going to affect the DM's tactics?
No, what I'm going to do with those guys is already set. I'm not going to change based on what you guys come up with.
That's being a mean DM.
Okay.
Although
The only thing that would change is if they're intelligent enough to realize what you're doing to them, and then they try and react to it. But no, I'm not gonna. It's not gonna be like, yeah, we're gonna sneak in over the wall because there was no orcs there, and then we're gonna run into the shrine, and then you guys get there, and suddenly the walls are filled with orcs and caltrops. No, that's not gonna happen.
Shit.
That's only gonna happen if we really piss Chris off.
Right.
between now and then. So, does anybody here know anything about this logging camp? That's the first time I've heard about it.
I had not heard of it.
Either.
Make an intelligence check, Rhaegar.
Oh, I got a 20.
Okay.
Nice.
You do have some semblance of it because when you ordered the lumber to start working on the mansion, this is basically this is where Barthen was saying it was coming from.
Okay.
So that's just keep that in mind. Like that's kind of what was going on here, like the cogs that were turning.
Right.
Which is also why you guys haven't had any more deliveries yet, is what he's telling you.
Gotcha.
The Sword Coast map, do we have one in game? Or is that for out of game use only?
No, you have what's posted in the Discord, you guys have access to in the game.
Okay, so I just pull out the map. For the loggers camp, it looks like we can travel like down the river if we want to bypass going through the woods. It's up to you guys though.
We could. I could make us a boat. We want to float down the river.
Bink is
I love boats. You should make us a boat. That would be awesome.
I mean, it's
Can
only
go
gonna be a 5-foot long boat, but I can make a raft instead.
I
I do not think this sounds like a solid plan.
I don't think a centaur is gonna fit on it though.
I will say that you saw that Barthen was loading up a very large cart that had an oxen at the front.
Oh, yeah. We also have to take the supplies there, guys. I forgot about that part.
It's a delivery quest.
Just throw
I
it
was
in
kind of
the
wondering how we were gonna move it, so that's good to
Yeah,
know
we're
there's
gonna
an
cross
ox
it
on
over
it.
the river, but wait, what about the supplies?
Well,
Um,
even then, we should probably still bypass the forest. I'm thinking this forest is like jungle terrain, probably difficult to go through. So,
why? So, I mean, UX, and you're a druid. I thought you liked the forest, or I guess are you saying we should bypass it because it's dangerous?
Is this the
just not to have our oxen and the whole carriage go through like difficult terrain. Seems
Oh, that's
very
true.
ambushable.
is this the first delivery that Barthen has ever sent these guys?
No, he said it. He said that he sends them routine deliveries, but he hasn't heard back uh, from them in like 8 or 9 days, and usually he hears back from them in like every
Right.
like
Well,
4 or 5.
but it seems to me that, I mean, especially with an oxen, those are creatures of habit. I bet they have a nice path already figured out. I don't think we have to come up with, like, a new trajectory to get there. I imagine that there's just a path that the other delivery folks have done. I could be wrong, but in my mind,
Yeah, that
we're
makes
just
sense.
accompanying
I
the same
think that-
delivery.
But we should be on our guard though when we travel tomorrow, because if he hasn't heard back from them, that's probably not a good thing.
Indeed.
So travel at a stealthy pace tomorrow instead of.
I mean,
regular.
I don't know how stealthy we're gonna be with an ox.
True.
Just a cautious pace, you know? Take our time. Have good lookouts.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't really have anything else I want to do. If you guys want to finish up, like, or keep eating, I'm just gonna keep eating, Chris, and then what time is it right now?
I mean, dinner time started around like 6:30. We'll say it's at least 7 or 7:30 once you guys have finished eating and conversing.
Okay. So
Probably too late to go talk to Barthen then.
I'm sure he's still awake. I mean, we still have a little bit of time.
You could check in. I mean, he was loading a cart. It seemed like he hadn't gotten very far in the loading process, so he might still be around.
Yeah, I kind of want to hunt him down and see if there's like a path and how long it takes to get there and stuff.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. I'll join Nixon.
I will follow along also.
I'll join them for now.
Oh, actually, before we leave, I want to give I want to check in with Toblin on what my bank for paying for the wall looks like.
Okay. He tells you that remaining is roughly, what did I say? Last time you still had like 4 gold in there.
I think he said like 6.
6. Okay, then yeah. So it's going down about 2 gold, like about a gold or so every day or two. So you're looking at it, probably like a solid 4 gold still left in the pot.
All right, I'm gonna give him another 5 gold to cover while we're gone, because we're probably gonna be gone a couple days.
Cool. So I'll put him at 9 gold.
I'll just give him 8 because I've got it just rounds me out.
So it puts him at 12 gold. 12 gold in the building pot. Cool. That's a lot of alcohol.
I mean, a lot of builders.
Yeah.
It's hard labor.
So.
Niagara pays good.
Alright, so a couple of you are heading back over to Barthen's. Lalia, you tagging along? You headed out?
I'll join them if we're learning more about what we're going to be up to tomorrow.
Okay. You guys make your way back over there, and you see that the cart and the ox have kind of been like wrapped around the side. It looks like covered up. Looks like he's putting them away for the night. Not quite done filling. You catch him as he's kind of locking the door, getting ready to head home. You know, about 7:30, 8 o'clock is usually when he heads out. So he does see you coming up. And he just kind of looks your way and says, "Oh, Have a good evening.
Barthen, we were talking about it. We're supposed to escort this to the loggers camp tomorrow morning.
Oh, yes. You took the job.
Is there a specific path to go on?
Well, there are two paths, depending on how you want to do it. The quickest way there wraps around the forest. You would leave Fandalen heading north by northwest till you hit the... No, there's not a name for the river. So till you hit the river, and you would follow it east. That trip is the quickest. It would probably take you about at least one rest. So 2 full days. It's about 50 miles. However, if you're more leisurely, if you are taking your time, you could go through the woods to the hunting lodge, which is a great place. I highly recommend it. Stopping there for a night. If you wanted to see the woods and get a tour, you could stop at the hunting lodge, and Falcon would put you up for the night with a good meal, and then you could head back west to get to the camp. But that is it's a little bit longer. It's a leisure path. That would probably take you at least 2 rests. It's a little out of the way. I definitely recommend that more for when you have the time. But yes, that's our 2 general paths.
Have you lost any shipments at all? Like, have bandits or anything ever stolen your shipments on the way there or back?
I've ran into a couple orcs, but nobody... I haven't lost anything yet, no.
When you run into the orcs or whatever, which path are they usually on, or just both?
I've seen them off and on both. They've never been particularly aggressive towards me. I usually have a couple people with me, though, and it's only ever been 1 or 2, so...
Have they ever looked like animals?
Well, I mean, they're orcs. Of course they look like animals.
Okay. Have you seen animals that are possibly larger than normal and not in this area, I guess?
Not that I've noticed. They all look fairly regular orcish to me.
Alrighty. Anyone else have any questions for Barthen before we go out on this trip?
I would like to ask, how any special care needs for the ox? Does he have a particular favorite food or snack or?
I mean, he enjoys berries, but there's either path you take, there's plenty of fresh greens for him to eat on the way. It usually suffices.
Does he have a name?
He does. Give me just a second to find it. I was just looking at it. Yes. His name is Vincent.
Vincent. I love it. It's quite a name for an ox.
Yes, well. I had a dog named Vincent, and, well, I liked the name, so I kept it and gave it to my ox.
Huh. Strong ox name.
What was your question, Nixon?
What happened to the dog? You said you liked the name, so you gave it to the ox. I'm assuming your dog died?
Oh, yes. I've had many dogs over the years. This one was, it was probably my 2nd or 3rd dog. Probably it's been about 10 or 15 years since he passed.
Natural causes?
Oh, yes. He was an old hound dog, very, very good. We loved him, but it was his time.
Okay.
This cart, out of character, Chris. This cart that we see in front of us. Is there like is it like the traditional cart type where you have like a seating for somebody to sit on and like control the ox, or are we like leading them by like a lead?
No, this is like a two-wheeled cart type of
Okay.
one that just sits on the ox. So
Gotcha.
it'll be a leading him type.
Oh man, Lolly, I was hoping to ride.
The ox?
No, I was hoping to get on top of it so I could use my bow, but that's fine.
Any other questions for Baldwin? He's just staring at you guys like, oh, and
Oh, I know. I wanted to buy some rope from you, Barthen. How much would 100 feet of hemp rope cost me?
well, for me to open the store and get back in there.
Oh, we don't have to do it now. I can grab from you in the morning.
Oh, well, it wouldn't be much. Less than a gold. Probably a few silver. I have to see what I have.
Okay. Well, I'll stop back by in the morning and grab it from you.
Alright. Anything else I can help you with?
I think that's it, unless you guys have something.
No, that's it for me.
That's all. Nothing much. Yeah, I'm good.
Good night, Vincent.
Yes. Good night.
Does he just snort at her?
He's already asleep.
Oh.
Peek around the side and you can see the ox is just... He's already gone.
I already like the ox, and I haven't even traveled with him yet. Just like his name.
Oh my god.
It was getting a little later, so you're probably coming up on about 8 o'clock.
I say we return and get a early sleep so we can get started early tomorrow.
Do you know what time you would like to leave in the morning?
I need to stop by Barthen, so whenever he opens. We can't really leave earlier than that unless you guys... I mean, I don't really need the rope that bad. I just want to have extra rope because all I have is 50 feet right now.
Oh. Okay.
If we ever get into a situation where we need to use like a decent amount of rope, we don't really have a lot between us. So
It's like, oh,
we
you
can
have
cut
20
one of
minutes.
our ropes.
Hey, somebody can mend it probably. Maybe we can sew it back, okay?
Alright. Well, I will be here early tomorrow. Good night, guys. And over
Good
to
night.
Goster.
Alright, as you guys are kind of walking back towards the inn, saying your goodbyes, getting ready to call it a night, I would like you as a group to make a perception check for me.
Ooh.
11.
Give me a
We
six.
can't see anything today. Nope.
Oh my god, my rolls are terrible. 9.
Alright, well, one of you successfully, Ixen, as you are walking back towards the inn with the group, everybody's kind of saying their goodbyes, doing their little talking. You're kind of, I mean, you're half listening, but you also notice that coming down the street from what would that be, the southern entrance, kind of making a beeline towards the townmaster's hall, you see a very large, rather slow turtle.
Yes!
I'm gonna point out to the group. Hey, look, it's Mr. T.
Hey,
Mr.
T!
Hey!
I can't believe he made it back.
So,
What are you doing here, Mr. T?
are you shouting that to him?
Yes. What are you doing here, Mr. T?
You can see that he kind of looks at you, and you can just barely make out, huh? You get the
Okay.
feeling he can't hear you very well.
Like, jog on over and say it again. Well, not yelling at him, but speaking to him regularly. What you doing here?
Kind of looks at you and says, "Oh, little gnomish child. I was given a message to bring, and I'm working on it." You see him straining, trying to continue to walk. Looks pretty tired.
Can I like lift him up and help him get to his destination?
Make a strength check. This turtle is bigger than you.
Oh boy. 15.
Okay. So you kind of look at him and wanting to help out as much as you can. The rest of you watch this as well as Bink kind of squats down and gets his arms underneath this turtle and starts to give it a good old-fashioned... You just hear... Little toot comes out. You're not really getting him off the ground, though.
Say, Mr. T, I could give you some water if you want some water from while you're traveling.
He says, "No, I'm quite all right. I'm fed and watered, but I'm just trying to get the message delivered."
Oh, all right. Well, I'm sure we'll see you around. I'm gonna head back to the inn.
You just walk off as this turtle is
Ew.
still making his way. Bink is kind of resorted to just pushing him at this point.
Maybe give him like a little like extra movement or something. A little extra push.
I'm headed back to the inn.
I'll head
Okie
back
dokie.
after I help him a little bit.
Yeah, he looks...
All right, Lalia is gonna help him
All right.
somehow.
So, you guys kind of help lift him up, and you eventually usher him over and get him to the townmaster's door, which is where he was headed. And you watch as he puts his big foot up and kind of hits the door a couple times. You hear from inside, "Know that if you're a dragon, I'm far too thin and bony to make a meal." And then you hear Mr. T, "There's a dragon coming."
Oh.
All right, thought I should let you know.
Oh.
You hear Barthen on the other side. But yeah, it's been here for a while. Are you new? No response. Mr. T is now turned around, looking back at the two of you, and he says, "Well, that was a fun adventure. Do me a favor, would you? The next time you see your druid friend who decided to give me this task, tell him he's an ass."
Gladly.
My former master was also a druid, albeit she seemed to know a bit more than this one. Not sure what's wrong with him, but she was not this careless or mean. But yes, if you could pass that along for him, that'd be wonderful.
It would be my honor.
I'm gonna take a nap, and he just sits down.
Would Lalia be able to lift? Is he still awake?
Yeah, you can try and lift him.
Friend, could I offer you maybe more comfortable lodgings? I know a fella just a little bit outside of town. I can help you get there. He loves animals, and he has a nice little extra space. He might take you in for the evening, give you a place to rest.
Oh, sure. I mean, I'm not going to be able to walk there, but if you want to try and give me a lift, that'd be fine.
Can I give it a shot?
Yeah. You can
Or could I look around and see if there's like a cart or something that I could or like a makeshift sledge I could make?
Make an investigation check.
Oh dear, I'm better at strength checks. We'll see how this goes.
Chris, do I see this happening as I'm walking back to the inn?
You can hear some of it. You heard them grunting and pulling.
I'm gonna stop walking back to the inn, and I want to return back to them, see if I can help Lalia, because I have an idea.
Investigation check. You find there's like some sticks, some like large pieces of tree bark. You might be able to make a sled of some sort, but nothing like already formed.
Crap. Alright. Got ideas, Rhaegar?
Yeah, so as I walk over to you, I think I actually can finally have use for my spell of my floating disc. It can hold
Oh.
up to 500 pounds and it follows me.
Well, there you go.
So I could cast that, and if we can get him onto it, it'll just kind of be a little sled for him.
That will work. I like this plan.
All right, so I guess I can't cast it under him. We're gonna have to get it onto him. So Ixon, I guess he's just standing by. Can you help us?
I thought Ixon went back to the inn.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
no, I
was
guess he
he
did.
was walking back with Rhaegar, so it's up to him if he wanted to turn around or not.
No, I wasn't gonna turn around.
Okay.
I'm good.
What's Bink doing?
Man, you ass.
Bink is, I don't know what Bink is doing.
You're still with us,
you-
right?
Yeah. Can you
I
help
mean,
us
I'm
get him
dumb.
on? All right, I cast floating disc, near the turtle, near Mr. T.
Okay.
Bink, if you can help us get him onto here, so we can get him back to Gastiers. So he
Okay.
has a good place to stay for the night.
Okay.
That'll be good.
Yeah.
So
Do you want me to roll?
and I'm gonna cast Mage Hand as well to assist in the process.
Yeah,
I know
go
I
ahead
can only
and-
lift 10 pounds.
Go ahead and roll a strength check with advantage.
You got it.
See if you guys can collectively get him up.
What, me?
No, Lalia.
Oh,
Oh,
man,
no.
nope. That what the heck?
Ooh, you're
Oh.
you're struggling. He's kind of trying to. You're kind of getting him on the edge, and he's using his little feet to try and trying to get up there. But you're just.
I haven't gotten a double digit yet, D&D Beyond. What the heck
Alright.
is this?
All right, I got another idea.
Can I
I'm gonna
try to
take
do it
my
later?
I'm gonna take my flask of water, and I'm going to use it to like pour out water and try and freeze and make like a ramp that we can like push him up onto the disc.
Okay.
Like so it'll be like from the ground sloping up slightly. It should make it easier if we just have to push him and slide him on ice.
Okay. Yep. So you uncork. You make a nice little ice slide. I'll give you another shot with whoever wants to roll a strength check with advantage for the group.
I am not the strong one here.
I am, but good grief, not with a 3 and a 1. Let's see. That's better. 22.
Okay. You've taken some time, but now that it's a little slippery, you get a little bit of a running start, and you're able to get him up fairly easily this time. You make it onto the disc, and you see the disc kind of like stutters for just a moment as the weight of this turtle is now on it, but he is there, and he is floating, and he's just kind of looking around like, "Huh, I've never been this high."
All right, hold on.
Yeah, he should be able to hold. I mean, it's basically just the disc itself, Chris, it's just force. So like, it's not a physical like you can stand on it and stuff, but it's not like a piece of wood. It's just like
Yeah.
I don't even know. Like it's like concentrated air.
Yep.
I
Right,
guess.
like as though you could stand on a cloud or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
All right.
Alright, so Lalia, I'm gonna have to walk because it follows behind me 20 feet. So I'm gonna have to walk ahead, and if you want to stay with him and
Yeah.
make sure it doesn't fall off, so I don't have to get him back on.
I will do my best to make sure that if he does start slipping, we'll see. This will be great.
And Bank, I don't know if you want to help or not, but I'm gonna start making my way to Gastiers.
Okay. So as you guys are headed there, I'll jump back to you in just a second. Bink, are you following them? I take it.
Yes.
Okay. And Ixon, what are you up to?
I'm gonna microdose some shrooms and then I'm headed to bed.
Okay. Make some mushrooms and head to bed. So easy enough. Are you making the Nomengrad shrooms?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and roll a Constitution saving throw for me.
Oof.
Okay, not too bad. So, you start to drift off to sleep, and you notice that the room around you is starting to like glow. There's some oddly colored colorations on the wall. Things are looking a little mystical as you fall into a nice, calming dream.
Awesome. Okay.
Ben.
The rest of you making your way to Gostier's as you're traveling, you kind of get some conversation with Mr. T, and he's, how long have you youngins been traveling with that lizard druid?
Well, for me, it's only been a couple weeks, but I don't know about the rest of the party.
I've been with them for a few months now.
He seems like an interesting fellow. He made me do this task and didn't even say hello. I don't really appreciate that. You know, when my master was around, she used to be a turtle with me, and we would go on adventures.
Oh.
Granted, those adventures were, usually, hey, let's walk to the other side of the beach, but it was an adventure. Took us all day.
Seems like a much more manageable adventure than this last one you've been on.
Yes. Has your druid ever been a turtle?
I don't even think I've ever seen the druid shapeshift.
Oh. I thought he was lacking something. Well.
Beyond manners.
Exactly. He could definitely deal with some. I pity the fool that doesn't have manners.
You'll have to excuse Dixon a little bit. He's not always the most socially aware. He's very literal and very one-track minded.
Yes, well, I shall keep that in mind, but still pass on my message to him. It was not an easy trek here, and I didn't appreciate that.
Well, in the future, Mr. T, if you ever need help getting somewhere, just let me know. I should be able to do this again.
Yes, and I'm happy to help.
I won't be able to get
process.
you on myself, but the party could help me.
In theory.
Yes, well, I don't really suppose I know where I'm going after this. I mean, my master is gone. I had no real connection to that area. I didn't feel the need to stay there, so maybe I'll wander. Maybe I'll stay here.
Why don't you stick around here a little bit, Mr. T? We're in and out of town, and the people in this town are pretty friendly. Gostier, where we're going, is pretty friendly. There's a couple. Say, do you like oxes?
What?
Do I like oxes? Oh, I haven't seen many. I can't say that I don't like them, but I suppose anything that doesn't step on me, I'm okay with.
Well, the reason I ask is Barthen, the shopkeep over there, he has an ox, and he used to have a dog as a pet, but he might be somebody you could stay with, or Gostier. Like I said, there's a lot of friendly people around here. We've helped this town a decent amount, so I'm sure we could find somewhere for you to stay. We would hate to see you just kind of wander. It's always nice to have an extra company around.
Well, I appreciate it. I will, I'll obviously stay where you're taking me for tonight, but maybe after that I'll give a little walk around town. Do you think they would be alright with a talking turtle?
I think the townspeople around here, when we first arrived, were not really accustomed to seeing people use magic, and a talking turtle may be a little bit different for them, but they've gotten used to us, so I'm sure that you'll do just fine.
I would agree. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. I really do. You seem to be a nice, orderly bunch. I tell you what, and I'll leave this to your discretion, because I don't know him that well. If you decide that your druid is, if he needs a little help, and you're willing to pass along the word, obviously give him my message first, but I'd be willing to help him out a little bit if he is having trouble with his shape changing. I picked up a thing or two.
Yeah, I'll let him know. Where can we find you after Gastier's? After you stay at Gastier's, you said you're going to be wandering around town because we have a quest to go on tomorrow. So I just want to make sure we know where to find you.
At this point, you guys have gotten pretty close to Gastier, so he has a good general layout. So he says, well, I'll probably head from here to town. That'll probably take me most of tomorrow. The day after, I'll probably wander around town and talk some people. That'll take me that day. If I haven't found anywhere in town, I'll probably head back here. So that's the 3-day journey. So probably between here and here for the next few days.
Okay. Do you have any money to pay for food? Because if not, I can give you some money.
No,
you don't have to travel outside.
No. I'm a turtle. I eat the grass and the greens and the berries on the ground. I'll be quite all right.
Okay.
Plus, I have nowhere to keep your money unless I eat it. I don't have the pocketses.
That's true. Well, I'm sure we can find some way around that if you ever actually needed it, but
No
keep it in
worries.
mind.
Maybe he could use a bag of holding.
Man, I lived on a beach. I'm pretty sure I can find some grass to eat around here. It seems to be very, very vegetatious.
Vegetatious.
Yep.
Tubular.
Cool. Just want to make sure you're okay, Mr. T. That's all.
No worries. So, at this point, you guys have gotten to the front door, well, the basement front door of Gastier's, and you do see the rather large white wolf sitting out front, still kind of just keeping watch.
I'm going to knock
Yes,
on the door.
we're going to knock.
Listen.
A couple seconds go by, and you see the large dragonborn open the door. Says, "Oh, well, hello. We're back for the evening. Wait a minute. What is that? A turtle?" To which Mr. T is kind of looking at this dragonborn like, "Oh my god."
So this is Mr. T. He's a friend of ours. He's actually a talking turtle that we encountered on one of our recent quests.
Mr. T kind of speaks up. "Oh yeah, yes. I was told that maybe I could stay here for the evening. I wandered into town. I was given an objective." And Gastier kind of looks down. He says, "Huh. Hey, Taylor." You hear in the background, "What? There's a turtle on the porch. Can we keep it?" He says, "Yeah, bring him in. No worries.
Now, Gastier, be nice to him. He's a good guy. Good turtle.
Oh yeah, I love turtles. What do you?"
Oh. Let's turn to Mr. T. Well, see, looks like you might have a home here. If you like Gastier and this rowdy bunch here.
They do get a little rowdy, but you know.
Mr. T's kind of looking at the wolves like, "Well, as long as they don't like turtle stew." Or turtle lamb chops, or...
I think we will be just fine.
I think Gastier keeps his wolves pretty well fed, so if not, maybe a little bit spoiled as I look at him and smile.
So he takes you back, and Gastier kind of walks you guys back to the innards where all the rooms and stuff are, and he says, "Well, you could probably stay here for the night. I think this will work well for you. If Lalia, your area is still set up over there. I see you guys have been working on the mansion up there. The framing work looks pretty nice. Looks like you're making some good progress. If you need to stay here tonight, Rhaegar, you're welcome to, but whatever."
Yeah, I think if that's okay with you, I'd rather just retire here than make my way back to the inn. Could you help us get Mr. T off this platform I have him on here? Because It'll
Oh.
expire in probably about 30 minutes, and I don't want him to fall to the ground.
Oh yeah, no worries. And you watch as he just kind of walks over and puts one hand on each side of the turtle. He has lifts it up, turns, sets it down. Hey, you're pretty. You got a nice little heft to you there, turtle. Oh, well, you know, I'm old.
Well, at least somebody doesn't have an issue with picking you up, Mr. T, so it's like a match made in heaven.
Oh, is Bink still with us too?
Yeah, Bink followed you guys.
Bink, are you
Yes.
going to camp out with us here?
Yes.
All right,
A little
do not
tired.
touch my horse blankets. They're mine. You don't get them.
Oh. Okay.
Neither of you. Just saying, except for maybe Mr. T if he wants them.
At which point, Gostier
with me.
kind of comes back over to you guys. He says, "Well, Droopy's staying the night at Carp's, so you guys can use his bedroom. It might smell a little bit, but he's got a bed. I can lay out an extra bedroll for you."
I got one in my backpack I can lay out.
Alright.
I'll sleep on that.
All right. So, says, "What about
I'm
you,
gonna-
Gnome? Would you like a bed or a room?"
Sure. Yeah, it doesn't have to be too big.
All right. He walks you over and kind of he gets everybody set up, gets you guys all in your areas, shows you some good places. Rhaegar, there's I mean it's a cave, but there's also like little rooms and stuff, so you pretty much have your pick.
That's pretty big.
And
Yeah, I'm just gonna find a spot and start getting ready for bed.
cool. And then he takes Bink over to a room and he shows you, and this room is like there's not a lot in it, but it's pretty messy. There's like empty kegs and like beer mugs all over the place. Everything's like a little like syrupy, sticky, and like there's just like pieces of clothing on the floor. Like you get the sense that you've just walked into like a high school teenager's bedroom that hasn't cleaned it in like 6 months. Except he can also drink alcohol. So
Can I put on my can I like equip cleaning equipment on myself and try to clean the room a little bit, especially with the sticky crap on the floor?
yeah, you can spend a couple hours cleaning it up if you'd like.
All right, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure it's spotless. I got a freak for that at least.
Cool. So you're working on that. I think we've got everybody headed to bed. Aiden is definitely headed to bed. So we'll go ahead and we'll wrap up the day there. Not the stream, just your guys' day. Everybody,
Hilarious.
And we're done. Bye.
Bye, guys.
give everybody the chance to get a full rest, and we'll kind of get everything reset on the next morning. But that being said, I think we'll go ahead and take a quick little break here. That way we can, I think our last player has made their way in, so we can get them caught up, and then we'll jump back in just a few minutes.
Alrighty.
All right. jumping back into this, you guys have made it through the evening. Some of you staying at the inn. Valeria will say that you've spent your time there as well. And welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you. Just for those of you at home that were unaware. The rest of you, Bink and Rhaegar and Lalia, decided to stay the night at Gostier's after having delivered Mr. T. So, that being said, we'll catch up and go over just a couple things real quick. Valeria, you, being awake and conscious now, I can go over. You have spent the last couple days trying to gather some knowledge, gather some information. You had mentioned trying to find some books around town, see if there was anything of unique or of interest. You did stumble across a couple writings. You were able to get a copy of Barthen's Guide to Everything, which is basically a do-it-yourself, fix-it-up manual. Teaches you how to fix wheelbarrows, has some general information on, like, repairing things around the house, how to clean out your porta potty, things like that. There was a couple handfuls of farmers' almanacs, which a couple of them talked about the position of the stars and how it's going to affect crops and things of that nature this year. I figured you might be a little interested in that, so you kind of shuffled through them to see if there was anything mentioning magical uses or anything that seemed a little extraordinary for a general farmer's almanac. But no, they all seem pretty much what you would expect from common folk trying to read the stars. The one item or the one book of note that was particularly interesting to you is a book that was found in a lot of different places. It seemed like most of the places you visit had a copy of this book. A couple people that you talked to said that they had read this book, and it seemed fairly common in the area. And that was the Fairy Tales of the Sword Coast, which contained, it looked to be about 12 different fairy tales that seemed to regard the area. You hadn't read through them yet, but it seemed like it was a pretty common book in the area, so you went ahead and took a copy of that for yourself as well. So,
okay, I'll put that down. Barthen's Almanac, Barthen's Guide to Everything, and then Fairy Tale.
Yep, those are probably the two most important ones. The farmers' almanacs were like pamphlets and probably recycled them at this point.
Yeah. Alright.
So.
And on my character.
So, that being said, we have arrived on another day. You guys are, it is fairly early in the morning. Ixon, you headed to bed the soonest. If you'd like to get up early and do anything particular, I'll give you that opportunity now. Otherwise, everybody else will be waking up right after.
Nothing I can think of currently.
Okay.
Just the normal routine. Probably notice that no one's at the inn.
Okay, so Ixon, you go ahead and wake up. You head downstairs, kind of doing your normal, thinking about renting out the bar or making some breakfast. You manage to get some for yourself, but your normal morning entourage is not coming. So you've assumed that they have stayed somewhere else that in the evening. Just for note, the Aiden is there. He makes his way down, and he's kind of still pretty exhausted. He accepts some breakfast and kind of just sits in the corner. Valeria, you're the only other one at the inn. If you would like to go down and join them, you may.
Might as well.
Okay.
I mean, what have I been doing? Looking through Fauna's books for the past 2 days?
Yeah, pretty much been scouting out the town, looking for books, seeing what you could gather.
As riveting as that was, I'd like to not focus on the best time to feed anymore. So I'll wander down, with my owl.
Cool. And you did manage. You do feel pretty full right now. I'll tell you that.
Okay. Even better.
So you are headed down. You see Aiden is kind of lost in his own world at the bar. Ixon is there, has a little bit of breakfast. So
Hey, just you two?
Yep.
Where'd the rest scurry off to?
They were helping out a turtle. I don't know where they went.
Oh.
Yeah.
The turtle that is presumably increasingly pissed at you.
Who's getting increasingly pissed?
He doesn't
I
know
don't
about that
know. The poor old fart that you sent on a week journey. Must I be mistaken?
Yeah, I guess so.
yeah, Ixon wouldn't really know. He walked away.
Alright, whatever.
I mean, I don't know. I'd be pissed at whoever sent me on a journey and then, like, inevitably took forever. That's just me.
Yeah, I don't blame the turtle, but it's also not my problem. Aiden looks completely out of it, and it's no fun to mess with somebody who's not lucid, so Valeria's just gonna walk outside.
Okay. So that is your guys' morning for the moment. So let's jump over to the rest of you waking up in Gostier's lovely abode. What would you guys like to set out and accomplish this morning? What are you working on? Waking up?
I'm gonna let the rest of them know that I'm heading over to the inn, because I'm assuming that's where everyone else is, and we should probably reconvene.
That's where I'm headed to.
Cool.
Alrighty.
Alright. As you guys begin to wake up, gather your stuff, make your way out. No sign physically of Gostier or Taylor, but you hear some snoring still. They're not early risers, apparently. And you guys make your way through, back out the front door, and are headed towards the inn. Probably arrive around the same time Valeria's headed out, since she had some conversation in the morning. So you guys are meeting up in the area in front of the inn. Ixon and Aiden are still inside, but the rest of you are milling about. What would you like to do?
Say, Valeria, you look like you're on your way out. Actually, we picked up a job while you were out yesterday, and we're all getting up early to do that. If you want to join us, we have to go deliver supplies to a logging camp. I talked to Barthen, that's who we got the quest from, and he said that he hasn't heard from them in about 8 or 9 days, and typically they communicate every 3 or 4. So it's probably not good, when we get there. So that's what we're working on today.
Anything else I would know about this logging camp?
The only thing I know about it is that's where we got the lumber from for the house, that I paid to have delivered. It's the only thing that I know.
Just thinking to prepare spells for whatever this adventure might entail. It's not like I have anything better to do. The books here are rudimentary for agriculture at best.
Well, while you're doing that, I gotta stop at Barthen's real quick and buy a rope or some rope, and then I'm gonna hang out there because that's where the ox is. Whatever you guys want to meet me there. Oh, actually, I need to go in and talk to Ixon.
Okay.
I don't want to hog all the talking time. So.
Yep. So you can head in and talk to Ixon. You're headed that way. Anybody else in the square? What were we working on?
I'll probably just head to Barthen's. Be ready to go. See how Vincent's doing this morning.
All right.
Also, I know you guys did things, but I'm assuming I'm at the same money I was prior.
You got, from last week, you got 1 pearl worth
Okay.
worth 100 gold
And 40, right?
and 40 gold pieces. Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
Being a wizard is expensive, and I will have to spend money on learning spells.
There
So.
you go.
Yep. And you know
That's
that
good.
Bink has a spell book.
Oh gosh, I have to talk to Bink. We'll figure that out. All right. For now, I'd like to head to what's her name? To remembering that I now have more money, and considering the pearl probably enough to go get this bag I've been looking at. We're gonna head that way.
Okay. So you're headed to Lenine's. That'll take you a couple minutes. So let me write that.
Never remember her name.
Yep. No worries. So Lyria is going to Lenine's. Lolly is headed to Barthen's. Bink, where you headed?
Can I play music?
Sure. You're gonna hang out and play some
Yeah,
some
I wanna try me
jams.
some Monet.
Make a performance check for me.
Okay.
Nixon and Aiden are inside still.
Oh, I mean, got 9.
Okay. So you started to pick up on the fact that the morning crowd is pretty absent in this town. It seems like there's a couple people walking by that are doing their morning tasks, but you get the sense that mornings in this town are pretty much spent working, which is not here. So there's not a whole lot of people at the moment. You get a couple lookers that are they kind of tap along for a second, but they're very on their way. Very get things done in the morning seems to be what's going on here. So you're mostly playing to yourself for the afternoon. So
Okay.
but beyond that, Rhaegar, you are headed inside the inn. What would you like to do? You see Ixen and Aiden are both in there.
So, hey, Ixen.
Yeah, what's up?
So Mr. T is pretty pissed at you. I think you might owe him a little bit of an apology. He's staying over at Gostier's. I mean, you don't need to go there now, but he seems to have found a home there. But just letting you know, he's not too happy with you. But he did say something. I'm gonna walk up closer to Ixen because I don't want to say it out loud. There's other people here, and it seems like kind of private information. He did say that he'd be willing to help you with your shape changing or shape shifting. He said he noticed that you, or he asked us if you'd ever turned into a turtle, and it's not something any of us really ever thought about. But he said he could help you with that if it's something you wanted help with.
Huh.
But he's staying at Gostier's.
Oh,
And
okay.
it seems like that's going to be his home for now. But just want to let you know.
How did he come by this information? I mean, I confirmed he wasn't a druid, so.
He said that his former owner was a druid and she used to shapeshift into a turtle and go on turtle adventures. Mostly consisted of walking, but he had fun doing it. And he just noticed that you hadn't shapeshifted and asked us if we'd ever seen you do it, and I said I hadn't. So I guess he's assuming you need help with it. I don't know.
Oh. Okay. Well, I'll put it on my to-do list.
Okay. Besides that, I'm gonna go over to Toblin's to get the occupancy. We need to leave soon.
Okay, so you're headed to Barthen's. So we
Or
will.
Barthen, sorry.
No, you're fine.
I thought you were going to pick up some rope. Did you already do that, or?
No, not
It's
yet.
still at Barthen's. So, Ixon, what are you working on as he's headed out?
Oh, I assumed we were all getting ready to go, and that I don't have time to go talk to the turtle.
Okay. Yep. So you're just gonna gather your stuff and head to Barthen's as well?
Yep. Are we grabbing Nigadin, or are we gonna let him?
No, he seems pretty exhausted. He might just sit this one out. It seems like maybe see if he can power through another day of mining, maybe a half day since he's tired. But yeah, he doesn't seem like he's really in the physical condition to make that type of journey right now.
Okay.
So you guys are headed that way. Valeria, you are headed to Lenine's. Did you want to sell your pearl because that's with Halia, or were you going to try and use it as like trade value?
It's probably going to do the trade value route.
Okay, so you've still got the pearl on you. You head into Lenine's. Cool. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
No, you're good. I just said I will. I do.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so heading into Lenine's, she, per normal, per usual, she's hanging out behind the counter and she sees you enter and says, "Oh, how can I help you? Morning."
Back presumably to check on what I asked of you prior. This time, I should have enough to pay for it.
Oh, well, that's quite interesting. You see, one of your companions actually came in and purchased the bag that I had on hold for you. I'd assumed he was purchasing it for you or maybe with you, but yes, that small gnome did purchase the bag. Apologies if that was not the intent, but I know that he was part of your party. Oh dear. Well,
That's not your fault.
well, I mean,
To be honest, that is not something that you would have known. However, I'm due to have a talk with a very particular gnome.
Well, yes. I do have another bag, however. It seems to be the same in function. However, the young tabaxi that was with you made me a deal on this bag, and it's actually in quite nice shape, and he was rather convincing, and he let me know that this particular bag of holding has a bit of a past. So I do have that. However, that one I currently have listed for 1,000 gold.
Say that I'm going to focus on talking amongst my companions. She says in a stressed tone. In the meantime, is there anything else of interest you have picked up?
Oh, very well, very well. No, not really. I've had a few promises of weapons, but no weapons yet. The swapper's meet is in, well, just a few days, actually, so hopefully I can maybe procure some interesting items for you guys there. But not yet. Business has been slow. I haven't had the time to get out much. But this weapons and swap meet should be quite eventful, I think.
Well, I look forward to what you might find.
Absolutely. Well, if there's anything else I can do for you, please let me know.
I think that'll be all for now. Thank you.
Oh, it was a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Be safe. Have a great day.
Alright, do I know where Bink presumably was? Or were last seen?
Yeah, you saw him playing some tunes in the town square as you were headed to Lenine's.
Larry's gonna be lying
Start
Very
the funeral
lonely.
march.
towards that particular area.
All right, so as you're headed back there, everybody else, you guys are aside from Bink, who's still playing, you guys are milling around, making your way to Barthen's. Rhaegar, he does have the rope in hand, since you had mentioned it.
Okay.
And he kind of walks up to you guys as you're approaching. Those of you that are there, and he says, "Yes, well, glad to see you, bright and early. My clerks have filled the 2 crates of supplies that you can see in the back." He kind of hands you a sheet of parchment, upon which is written an inventory of the crate's contents. There's foodstuffs such as dried meat, blocks of cheese, loaves of bread, some casks of ale, and flasks of oil. They are, like I said, loaded onto a 2-wheeled cart being pulled by an ox. And he says, "Yes, please take good care of Vincent. I'll expect to see him and the cart returned, please."
Yep, we'll do our best to make sure that everything comes back as it's leaving. We're assuming to run into some trouble if you haven't heard back from him a little bit, but we'll do our best.
We'll do. Well, as I said, there are 2 paths. He kind of gives you like a rough sketch outline on one of your maps to show you the 2 different paths to head up there, and says, "Take your time, but please let me know if you hear anything. Report back when you bring Vincent back. I'd like to make sure everything's going well there. They get a good amount of money for their lumber, and so do I selling it. So be happy to make sure that continues."
Oh, I'm aware. How much is that rope gonna cost me? That 100 feet?
It says 100 feet. I'll give it to you for 1 gold. How about that?
Okay, that works. And then I'm gonna go back outside and wait for the rest of the party.
Cool.
With the ox.
All right. So as you guys are
Vincent.
getting situated at Barthen's, he kind of leads the ox out. Is getting things, double checking all the straps, kind of pulling it real tight. Says, "Yep, that's not going anywhere." Continues to help you guys get ready to go. At that point, Bink, sitting and playing a couple tunes, watching some people go by. Make a perception check for me.
Okay.
Okay.
18.
You, upon looking out at the couple people that have stopped, the couple people walking by, you do happen to notice, coming from the southern lane, a face that you haven't seen in a couple days that doesn't look particularly happy. At this moment, you do see your wizard friend Valeria making eye contact, headed straight for you.
Oh, God.
Valeria, you are definitely within talking distance at this point.
To have a chat.
Me? Okay. So I get up and stop playing the lute, and I go over to her.
That you do.
I say, "What's up? Where have you been?"
It seems as if there was something you did not tell me. I would like to make certain as to why that is.
Are you talking about the book that I found on our travels?
That is part of it. She says, not quite expecting that to be the answer. There's also something else.
I look down at my bag, and I'm like, you mean yes. Well, you see, the person that was selling it didn't mention that it was supposed to be yours.
Did you bother to ask?
No, they just said it was for sale for someone else, but that they didn't come by to pick it up. So they were selling it to me.
Is that it? She does not seem convinced.
Huh?
This is Bink we're talking about.
and then I'm like, fair enough. I mean, if you are willing to buy it for the same price, I mean, we can go over to it right now for the original price. If I can give it off for 100 less gold, but I mean, I think it would be fair at least. Would you think that'd be a fair trade?
Just give me the damn book.
Oh man.
Okay. So I reach out in the bag and I whip out the book, the magical book.
Yep.
And give it to her.
Okay. She grabs that from you and keeps walking.
I mean, I'm still willing to bargain for it if you want to trade anything or just, give a little gold. I mean, I did pay for it.
You don't receive
500.
a reply.
She just walks away.
And then I murmur, Mrs. Grumpy.
Valeria, make a perception check.
Will do. Have my owl with me. Oh, it is not letting me roll again. There we go. Not very good.
Okay. As you're walking away from Bink, you catch that he is still trying to make a bargain with you, asking you about it, but you're pretty intent on leaving at this point, so you don't really catch. If he said anything after that, you didn't catch it.
Mm-hmm.
Yay! I'm getting an angry person at me.
Oh no, she's already pissed at you. You just didn't add flame fuel to the fire.
Okay, I just want to clarify. Technically, you're not even supposed to know this, because technically Ragard does not know of any of
No,
this.
she knows. She just talked to the shopkeeper.
I just talked to the
told her
old
everything.
lady.
She talked to the person you bought the bag from, who clearly knew who you were.
Okay.
The little gnome who is part of my party, there's only one of those.
Yeah, right.
So far.
I disguise myself as trying to be something else. It's like, but you fail.
I wasn't trying to metagame it. She learned the hard way.
Alright, so
Okay.
Bink, are you following? Are you headed to Barthen's as well?
I'm gonna follow. Yes.
Alright, so all of you now have made your way to the front of Barthen's store. The ox is loaded, strapped down, had a couple pats on the butt, and is ready to go. What would you like to do?
Do I notice that Valeria is pissed off looking?
Make
can I
an
see it in the
insight
face?
check.
Okay.
She kind of looks
18.
pissy as her general default, but
Right.
Yeah, you can see, I'll leave it up to Valeria how she wants to approach the party, but you can at least see her facial expressions at the moment. But yeah, I'll let her describe what she feels is adequate.
yeah, Valeria is not looking very happy. She has a book in her hand, at least, which she's grasping pretty tightly, and is pretty much ignores everybody else to go sit in a corner and crack the book.
Okay. She got her book. This means she talked to Bink. I wonder how that went.
Little did she know, I drew a little smiley face on one of the top corners of the book.
Now I need to burn the page, huh?
Sorry, just for out of character, who all is at Barthen's?
I think
Everybody
all
but
of us.
Bink, right?
Everybody but Aiden.
Yeah.
Bink was
Okay.
following Valeria over.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Alright, so what do you guys say we get going? We're burning daylight.
Let's do it.
Alright.
Might as well, I suppose.
You
All right.
Get your book from Bink.
So,
Did we choose a path yet?
that's what I was just about to ask. Which path would you guys like to take? There is, just to make sure everybody's aware, there's a path that heads... actually, let me pull up the map here and show the stream too, since we're going to go over this real quick. Alright, there is a path that heads Starting from Fandolin, heads north for a bit, touches the tip of the woods and kind of wraps around it to go north until it hits the river, and then goes straight east to the loggers' camp. You've been told that that one would require you to sleep for one night. There is a secondary trail that heads north, and at the tip of the woods, instead of splitting to the west, splits to the east and makes a straight northeastern beeline, kind of like around the middle of the forest. It doesn't go straight through the middle. Makes its way around east to Falcon's Hunting Lodge, and then makes a northwestern line to the loggers' camp. And you've been told that this one will probably require you to sleep twice before you make it there.
So we essentially have a short route that's... Is it more dangerous or just different than the long route we have that's...
Yeah, just
2
different.
days?
Well, and it sounds like the short route we would be camping. The long route we might be able to stay at a lodge.
For one of the
I
nights.
think we should go the long route.
Yeah,
'Cause
the
we-
long route goes through the woods. The short route goes around it.
Should we run into any trouble of sorts, I can't imagine Lalia enjoying maneuvering through thickets of trees.
It's going to be
Shall we put it to a
complicated.
vote?
You can certainly vote on it.
I do want to stop at that lodge because we did get, and it was mentioned to us that we should stop there.
I'll put in my vote for the lodge also.
But we don't want to take the
What if, okay,
ox through the woods.
crazy, well, here's, so we could either take the short route fully through both ways and then head back to the lodge after we return Vincent. Or we could aim to get to the loggers' camp quickly and take the quick route there and then take the slower route back.
There is truth to that.
Yeah,
I actually like that idea.
yeah, that's fine with me as well.
Okay. So short route there, so you can get there sooner and figure out what's going on. Long route back.
Yep.
All right. Anybody opposed to that?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. So you guys start making your way out. You are headed north out of Fandolin. You make it to about the tree line, which is about
And die.
and C12 or no, I'm just kidding. Make it to the tree line. You see where the path splits. At this point, I would like whoever is leading, or whoever has the better survival check, to go ahead and make me a survival roll.
It is not me.
I'm proficient.
I have +6 in survival.
I have +8.
Wow, okay. Beating me. Good job.
This is to see how well you can follow the path on the
My
map
survival ain't good.
and not get lost.
But frickin' D&D Beyond, man.
Okay. You're doing all right so far. You guys make it a few more miles, another hour or two. Go ahead and make another check for me.
Me again?
Would Valeria be able to just be looking at this book at this time?
Yeah, you can be definitely reading through it. Okay. You managed to keep everybody on course. You're able to stay the path fairly well. Around nightfall or so, you are approaching the river. You can see the river just a little bit to the north. You know that you could probably reach it by dark.
Right.
So,
Would you guys like to reach the river and camp there for the evening? Do we want to chill out away from the water? What do you think?
I think the river sounds good. We can at least just focus on one side for camping.
We'll be able to have fresh water and fish too.
Yeah.
I did not mean to roll that.
that's right.
At the very least, will give us a set point of orientation within the forest.
Yeah. It'll help
Sounds good.
if we're along the river. We know where we're at, so it'll give us a little bit better of our, like, grounds of our surrounding.
Sounds good to
So
me.
the river's fine with me.
Yep.
Okay. So you guys take the next hour or two, just a little bit of journey left. You do make it to the river. It is getting kind of dark out. The sun is definitely gone. Excuse me. You guys set up camp. Is there anything you'd like to do?
Twigs. Want to pick up twigs?
What does the surrounding area look like? We're just by a river and a forest.
Yeah, so you're still kind of in the plains area. Excuse me, sorry.
So
you
we're
do...
to the left of the loggers camp, like over by Neverwinter.
Yes, you're right along the edge of the woods.
Okay.
So you can see the river is to your north. You know, based on the map, that the loggers camp is just a few more miles to the east. Probably just a couple hours of travel to get there.
Is it a gentle river, or like how quickly is the water moving?
Let me see here. Okay. It's not like, at least the area where you're at, it's not like rapids. It seems fairly steady. Looks like you could probably boat on it. It might be tough to go upstream, but would be doable.
I honestly want to fish, so can I disrobe and like go into the water and use my hunting skills to fish?
Sure. So, jumping into the water, go ahead and make your survival check for fishing. I will let you know, as you make your way into the water, this is definitely seawater. This is nice and salty.
Oh.
Okay. I'd like to cast Enhance ability on myself before submerging.
Okay. But yeah, if you check out the map, you can see that this river comes directly from the sea to the west. This is an outlet for the sea. Yeah. This is not fresh water.
I thought it would go the other way, but that's cool.
What?
The water flow would go into this way.
Wow, that's bad. Holy crap. Double twos.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Jeez.
Okay. It takes you a while. You do find a few fish. Something they're they're edible. It's not like a glorious meal, but at least enough to suffice for you and maybe a couple others.
I would like to, as Bink is looking for sticks and Ixon is hunting, or fishing, excuse me, to track down some berries for me and Vincent.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Make a survival check.
21.
Okay. Easy enough. You do find nice, decent harvest for yourself and Vincent, who very happily accepts them. Ragar, you had something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm gonna give Vincent some water, and then see if I can find, like, try and forage for some food.
Okay. So using your decanter, which you know is full of fresh water, you're able to pour him out a little bit. Go ahead and make a survival check as well if you're trying to forage a little bit.
10.
Okay. You don't find a whole lot. The Lalia kind of points out some of the bushes and things like that she'd been by, and you find some scraps, enough to at least get yourself a meal, maybe share a little bit. So, about Bink or Valeria, anything for you guys before bed?
I just want to see if I can we've got a couple hours doing stuff, transcribe one of these spells.
Sure.
I think we're going to start with Blur.
Sounds good.
And that's 50 gold I no longer have.
You got it. So that will be available to you the next day.
Mm-hmm.
Once you've gotten that in there. Bink, anything special for you, sir?
Nothing much. I'll play a light tune as the fire crackles.
Cool. So as you guys are gathering food, bringing it back, sharing what you want amongst the others. Nice, lively, jaunty tune at the fire. The midnight darkness is approaching and things are settling down. You guys are getting ready. Does anybody like to step up for some watches as people are crawling into bedrolls?
I'll take first watch.
I'll take second.
Owl's on the watch somewhere.
Okay.
Noticing that the water's briny, is the river moving in reverse? I'm so used to rivers going out to sea. Is it coming in from the sea?
Make an intelligence check.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see what we get here. All right. It's weird. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Yes, it seems to be moving differently. And make an investigation check while you're at it. Okay. You've I don't want to put this. It's yeah, something is off. It doesn't seem like a regular river. It's kind of striking you as odd at the moment. But yes, it did feel like it was flowing in a direction that it shouldn't be. But it didn't seem like super unnatural to you. It didn't trigger any warning bells.
Regardless, if Valeria's not busy, I'm gonna relay the information.
Okay. Yep, you can let her know.
Weird salty water.
Mm-hmm.
That's very odd.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd read anything about that phenomenon ever, but yeah.
Let me think a moment. I'll see if I can come up with anything. Should I roll a history check, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me go back to the character sheet now that I have added my spell. Alright, history check. 15.
Okay. You've heard some stories and tales that the river that flows through the Neverwinter changes direction. You're not sure why. You hadn't really read much beyond that because it didn't really interest you because it was talking about water and sea and something about moon patterns, and it just wasn't quite your cup of tea, but you definitely caught something about it changes direction, it's not always going the same direction, and then it's some sort of mostly thought to be natural phenomenon so far.
As I know of this, it seems to be, I guess, they assume it's natural, but a river that will change its mind on where it's going at times. So I suppose being salt water instead of fresh at a certain point is not too out of the realm of fantasy.
Oh, okay. Cool. People on watch, do you all have dark vision, by the way?
I do.
My owl does.
I do.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So.
I'm like a cat in the
Yeah, I
night.
can see in the dark.
Except I'm not a cat. I'm a gnome.
So, sounds like everybody's huddling down. We've got our watches. I've got Rhagar, Bink, Lalia. Or Rhagar, Bink, Owl.
Owl.
Owl's gonna hang out. Okay.
Technical question.
Yep.
Enhance ability is an hour long, but it's concentration.
Yep.
Would I be able to cast that on somebody and then go to bed? Or, because as soon as I fall asleep, it would lose concentration, right?
Yep, yeah, because being asleep is considered unconscious. So as soon as you fell asleep, it would fade.
Okay.
Alright, so first watch, Rhagar goes fairly well. Nothing really to report, no instances. You wake up Bink for his shift. Bink, you make your way around. And
Alrighty.
make a perception check.
Ooh. 22?
So, as you are keeping an eye out, kind of thumbing through some tabs on your lute, not really playing, fingering along to some things on your flute, kind of, just keeping yourself busy and entertained and awake. You do notice off to the east, in the direction that you are heading in the morning, you do see something flying low above the trees. Headed west.
Not towards us, right?
Yes, you are west.
Oh, it's towards us where we are right now.
Yep.
Okay, well, I'm gonna wake everyone up very quietly and say, guys, there's something coming. Or like I try to wake the nearest people as quietly as possible and just tell them that something is coming. And it is in the sky, sweeping low.
I'm gonna take a. Can I try and look and see if I can figure out what this is?
Okay. Yeah, as Bink runs around and kind of gives you all a shake, you're kind of coming to. Rhagar, yes, you can make a perception check as he is kind of pointing out something.
Can I join in that? Or
Sure.
The 24.
Okay.
Everyone, join in on this looking party.
look up.
Everyone
Nope.
try to look.
Man.
So, Lalia, you're kind of,
I got eye boogers.
yeah, you didn't have a watch, so you're kind of in the middle of sleep. Rhagar, you, however, having, just been awake a little earlier, you weren't totally out of it yet. You weren't completely unconscious, so you've still got your wits about you a little bit. You can see that this, whatever it is that's flying across the trees, is coming your way. It is getting bigger. Given your ability of depth perception and the moonlight, your little bit of dark vision, you can tell that whatever this is, it's a lot bigger than it seems.
Alright.
And it is moving fast.
Alright. I'm gonna stealth. Try and hide behind a tree. As everybody else is doing their thing.
Okay. Are you saying anything to them, or are you just seeing this and running?
I'm just seeing this and hiding.
Okay.
I mean, everyone's aware that something's coming.
Yep.
Is there still a fire going?
Yep.
I'm gonna run over and start dousing it as quickly as possible.
Okay.
And if I get it out before this thing has reached us, I want to take Vincent and kind of try to find some cover.
Okay. Easy enough. While it is moving fast, it's kind of also like zigzagging. It's not making a direct path towards you. You can assume it probably hasn't noticed you yet. Valeria, being shaken awake, is there anything that you're doing in response to this?
What is going on? I guess
Valid.
if I'm being shaken awake for some stupid reason, preemptive mage armor.
Well, Bink, you are currently hand on her shoulder shaking her, and she's asking you what's going on. Would you like to reply?
Yes. There's something sweeping in the sky low, coming towards us. It's kind of big, but I can't tell exactly what it is.
Spread out. Chances are this might be Cryovane again.
That's not good.
So I'm awake now then. Yes, someone woke me up.
Yep, yeah, Bink came over and with just the general scuttle of everybody, you are waking up at this point as well.
Okay. It's dark outside, yes?
Yep.
Okay, dark vision on myself.
Okay. You got it.
And then just getting ready for whatever's coming.
Okay.
I think that means that Lolly is and Vincent are the only two without dark vision. Just it's a little bit of metagaming, but just so you guys know, I am blind with an ox.
It's not necessarily metagaming because I know that from leading you before in the
Right,
dark.
right, yep. So
you guys...
On that, though. Because I don't know if I would have.
okay, that's fine.
Yep. So as you guys are scrambling about, Ixon, you've got some dark vision. There's still some low light. It's a fairly nice moon out, and you guys are in the middle of a field. There's some stars. You're not in complete and total pitch black, but those of you with dark vision can see that Lalia has put out the fire and is currently kind of fumbling with the reins of Vincent, trying to get him over to the patch of trees that you guys are close to on the edge of the woods just to the east of you. It's not a far walk, maybe 50 yards or so. She's kind of headed that way as best she can. Rhaegar, I'm assuming that's where the trees are, so you were headed that way as well. Ixon, Valerian, Bink, you guys are still at this camp, and your fire is out. What would you like to do?
Oh, I didn't know we got more actions. Okay. No one's identified this thing, correct?
Correct.
We have no idea what it is yet.
Can I signal everyone over to the tree line then?
Yeah, are you going to head that way and just kind of beckon everybody to the trees as well?
Yes.
Sure.
And if I get another cast of a spell, I know which one, but I'm not
gonna
do anything until you say so.
Okay. So you're headed that way. If you'd like to, you've got a few moments to get to the tree line. So if there's something you'd like to cast on your way there, you certainly can. You can go ahead and do that.
Pass without a trace on everybody.
Okay.
Nice.
Try and not be noticed.
You got it.
So,
Bink and Valeria, you guys kind of catch that your lizard folk friend is kind of beckoning you over to the tree line. At this point, you both are aware of this thing flying above the woods. But seeing and hearing him do that, what would the two of you like to do?
I'm going to move towards the woods and actually send my owl up to see if I can get a better look at what this thing is.
Okay.
I can always resummon him if need be.
maybe I can talk to little woodland creatures to investigate for me. Some like flying creatures, maybe. Like birds and stuff. Owls, maybe.
While we're hiding.
Sure. And you're headed over to the tree line too, Bink?
Yes. Like maybe a bird or something on the way. I don't know. Something like really quickly. Something that can just go out on the go.
Okay. So you create another flying beastie like the owl. Yeah. It's created. It's kind of headed out. You guys all are making it into the tree line as this figure is looming ever closer now. I'd like all of you to go ahead and make a stealth check.
Oh man.
You want me to make another one, Chris?
No, yours will carry over because you were headed straight there.
Dang it. 7.
Add 10, so
Oh,
that's a
hold on.
17.
Yep, yeah, everybody gets to add 10 thanks to Pass Without a Trace.
That's
Oh,
really
17
gonna be
then.
helpful because
Thank God. God bless you, sir. I got 17 then.
19.
Ixon got
I hate my. Ugh.
The rolls have been low today.
Alright, so you guys headed over to the tree line, being as quiet as you can, kind of shushing the others. You notice that Ixon is kind of hopping along, is bouncing into a couple trees. You guys managed to wrangle him up. Let me make a stealth check for Vincent real quick. Hey, better than Bank and Ixon.
Half the party.
A stealthy ox.
This large ox has
He's used to it.
managed to find a nice grouping of trees to hide behind and get some cover from the sky. As you do, this large creature has now kind of made it overhead. I would like Bink and Valeria to make perception checks for me.
Ooh. I see everything. 21.
11 twice, huh? 13.
So you guys notice as the beasts that you have up above, they're not too far apart from each other. They're both kind of scoping out the area. Valeria, you quickly get like a message or a sense or a feeling that this is indeed a white dragon that you have seen before. And just as that comes through, both of your animals are gone. He has just done a flyby snack, of which may not have been as filling as he was hoping. And he is continuing to scan the area, but he's continuing west. He doesn't seem to have stopped for you guys at the moment. He's continuing on for now.
I start messaging everyone to explain that that's cryo-rained. And to shut up if you know what's good for you.
I'll
use
shoot
my-
a glance over to Lalia because she's the one who wanted to kill the dragon.
I'm going to use my sending stone to whisper to Lalia that it's Cryovane. Which I think I told Lalia about Cryovane before, but Lalia's never seen Cryovane.
Mhm.
But she wants to kill Cryovane, right? And that last time we encountered Cryovane, he almost killed us.
Yep. So you kind of explain your past
Can we
conciliation.
wait until we're sure he's gone to do any of this?
Well, he's using the sending stone.
Oh, he's using the sending stone. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
I was still stuck on Ixon. Yeah, okay,
Like,
gotcha.
I think they're playing this off the fact that you said you already killed one and that you weren't intimidated by Cryovane.
Oh,
Not
okay.
that you were like wanting to go out and kill Cryovane necessarily, but that you were like, oh, it's just a dragon.
Yeah, okay. We are relative. I was worried about Vincent. But alright. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Did you ask me a question, Rhaegar? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just relaying information.
Gotcha. I was trying to figure out when I said I wanted to kill a dragon. So, I gotcha.
Oh, I thought it was like the first time we met in the tavern or whatever.
Well, yeah, so Lalia is all about protecting the individual people, so the fact that this dragon got away without being destroyed after attacking the innocent town makes her angry, and yeah, she would like to end him, but she's not just like a dragon hunter. I guess that's where I was confused, but I got what you're saying now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So, as you guys sit and wait for a little while, you see that he continues to make his way. It seems like he swoops down a couple times, maybe at the river or something, maybe picking up something he sees, maybe some snacks. But about 10, 15 minutes go by, and his form starts to get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then you watch as it kind of turns southwards, and he kind of disappears from view. So you've lost him amongst the stars.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least you didn't get Vincent. That's good. Poor Vincent. I don't want to lose him.
No.
Maybe it's a good thing we took the forest route. Have some cover to hide behind.
Yeah.
I would say that was a close call.
Definitely.
You imagine if that thing came down and Aiden wasn't here? Oh god.
Yeah, that would be bad.
Pshaw.
Only have one person to hold door. Hold the line.
We would not have our dragon slayer either.
Yeah.
Our fighter and our weapon. That would be difficult.
So I guess even though it's shaken, we're all grouped together, right, Chris?
Yep, and you've still got a few more hours till sunrise.
Okay. I vote we don't relight the fire.
Same.
Agree.
And I'm gonna guide Lalia wherever she needs to go, and then go to bed.
Okay. So you guys.
Are we trying to finish out the long rest then, or do we not get a long rest?
If you guys are headed back to sleep now, you will have time to get a long rest.
I didn't rest before.
Okay, I kind of need a long rest, but I'm okay without. But I'd like to get a long rest.
Okay. So Bink, you can Okay. So Bink, you can resume your watch. Valeria, are you making a new owl, or is somebody else going to take third watch?
Making a new owl is going to take an entire hour by itself, so
I can
probably have somebody else do that.
I can take third watch since Ixon needs to rest.
Okay. Fair enough. So you guys drift, not easily, but drift back to sleep. The rest of the night goes pretty well. Nothing else, no other sudden awakings. The sun begins to rise on a new day, and you guys are waking up to the birds a-chirping just on the edge of the chirds a burping just on the edge of the woods. And with that, I think we're gonna take a quick pee break. right, so coming up on the next day, you guys waking up, having avoided Cryovane for the evening, waking up on the outskirts of the woods, just to the west of the loggers' camp, getting your things together, having a nice breakfast. Sun is on its way up. What do you guys like to do? Anything you like to work on?
I'm gonna make another owl.
Nothing for me. Just gonna get prepared to travel because I wanna. I guess after seeing Cryovane, it's like, okay, let's get a move on.
Probably a good idea.
Make sure Vincent has some breakfast.
That you do. You see that he's munched a nice little barren spot of grass in the area where he was stationed. He's been working at it. Alright, and you guys are you headed out then?
I think so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright. Right, so as you guys are making your way up, it takes you a couple hours. You're going through the woods. You have to be careful. There's a general path for Vincent to follow, so he's not having too much trouble. You start to come up upon where the map says the loggers' camp is. You notice that the path kind of starts to turn just a little bit northwards to bring you back towards the river at that point. So as you're coming up, you start to see the camp, and you can see that the logging camp spreads along the southern shore of the river, which is the shore you're on, where a dozen tents are arranged on a sandy beach. Near a dock stands a cabin with logs stacked under an awning. You can see that older cabins close by have been torn down to leave only stone chimneys and foundations. A grim silence hangs over the camp, as you see no one around.
That's encouraging.
Do I see any like footprints or anything in the area?
Make an investigation check.
It is a 12.
Okay, so from where you're at, just entering this area, you don't really see a lot right now. I'm gonna see. I did not make a Tailspire map for this, but I think I have a map I can share with you guys real quick. So give me just a second.
The colored squares?
No, this one's a little better.
Okay. Not trying to be mean, just kind of funny what you were talking about last night.
Yeah, no, I gotcha. Why won't this post though? Hold on a second. Let me do this instead. I'm trying to copy the picture, but it won't let me copy the picture, so I'm just gonna make a snip. Cause I can copy that. There you go. So there is a eastern path and a southwestern path. So you guys are coming up the southwestern path, headed north into town. And you can see the kind of outlines to the west are two old cabins that are now just ruins. And there's one kind of in the middle of the area that's ruined cabin. But you can see the main cabin off to the left where the wood pile is, and the two sets of tents over to the east of this area.
Can I check out the old cabin?
Which one? There are three. There are two that are up on the hill to the west, and then there's one in the middle of town.
And we're in the middle of town right now?
You are... you're basically at the very bottom of the map. You're walking up that path right now.
Okay. I guess the closest one to me. Cautiously, like I'm on alert because there's no one here and this is weird.
Okay. Yeah, give me just a second here. I gotta back myself out of a couple things. Okay. All right. So you guys are making your way up the path. The first one, you can see the cabins off to the left. They've been mostly torn down. The ruins stand on, it looks to be like about a 10-foot high escarpment of rock. But the closest one to you is probably the one in the center. As you come upon it, you can see that all remains of this cabin is a ruined fireplace whose chimney has mostly collapsed and a stone foundation.
You guys got any ideas what we should do here?
Not a clue.
Is there a place that I guess we want to keep Vincent with us, right?
Yep. Yeah, he's kind of following up with you.
As
What-
things are being investigated, I'd like to start up a detect magic spell, just in case, if there's any of that around here.
Okay. As you're working on that, anybody else?
Do we know what we were carrying with us for Vincent's carriage? And if so, is there a place that looks like where we dump that stuff off at?
You know what was in there. It was mostly like food supplies, things to like survival living. As far as like a dock or a drop off place, make an investigation check. Nothing that really shouts, put the shit here.
There's no signs that say that?
Nope.
This is so unhelpful.
Yeah, literally.
Oh, unfortunate.
Can I pull out the quest paper and see if it says anything on that paper, like where we're supposed to put the supplies?
Yeah, you read back over it and it just asks you to make the delivery to the individual.
Okay, so we need to find the guy who we're supposed to deliver to. Who's clearly not here, but I think we should check these other two houses. Proceed cautiously.
Seems
An
like
entire camp wouldn't normally disappear overnight.
So as you guys are debating, kind of walking around this middle area a little bit, Valeria, your detect magic spell does come up, and at the moment you're not really hitting anything.
Yeah. She's
Do I
gonna
see
keep
it?
walking around with it, looking for scuff marks or any sign of recent habitation and/or struggle.
Yep,
Do I see any damage to foliage or anything that looks like Cryovan was here?
Make an investigation check.
Okay. 22.
Okay. Not really. I mean, most of the stuff in the area that you're in at the moment looks all right. Yeah. I mean, you're kind of you've made your way to the very middle, which is where that wreckage is. If you'd like to expand and move to some other areas, we can look over there. But for the moment, I mean, the trees and the bushes and everything seem to be okay. You don't see any chunks of ice or snow that would really say that a white dragon's been through.
Okay. So I'm gonna relay that information to the party. So guys, I don't see anything that looks like Cryovan was here because I know he's in the area. So I don't think this has to do with Cryovan.
Does any of the wreckage look burned? Like fire started or anything?
If you by wreckage you mean the where you're standing, this old house. No, this looks like it's just like ruins. Like these were probably here a long time ago, and they built a new cabin when they came and started this operation. So there's just they look like overgrown, grown over. Like these were probably houses or something a very, very long time ago.
I wish the knowledge that it doesn't look like Cryovane has been here made me feel better.
That's probably orcs. I mean, we know there's a lot of orcs in the area that serve Talos. So
Are there any tracks at all?
I didn't see any earlier when I looked. What do you guys say we make our way over to these other two cabins? Like the newer used ones? Because there'd probably be some sort of evidence over there if there's no one here. Either that or if there is someone here, they're probably in the cabins. Or something. Like orcs.
Is there a place along the path to tie up Vincent? Like to leave him to rest while we're investigating?
We might want to keep watch over him if we do tie him up.
Right, but
So
if
that,
we're going to be wandering around in the grass, I don't want to make him tote his cart.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing like super conspicuous. There is like following the Southern Path, kind of right where just east of the tents, that big tree to the south, there looks to be like a little fencing there you might be able to use. There's a little bit of fencing between the middle ruins and the cabin to the west you might be able to use.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, here we go. I didn't see that map. Now I understand.
Yeah, so you guys are basically smack dab in the middle right now on the
Okay.
T-shaped ruins.
Oh, and I see there's that other like house up towards the left.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over to the camp, the first one on the bottom right, and just look around and see if it looks like the fires were put out recently, like if anybody was here recently.
Okay. Alright, so you're headed over to the southeastern camp. Anybody else going with him?
I'm trying to find a place to put...
I'll go with them.
I'll go to the southeastern camp.
Have I found anything magical yet?
Not so far.
Okay, if that's the case, I'll follow them to see if we can find whoever is supposed to be here.
Okay. And you're gonna... Where you wanting to tie him up? Where you headed?
Well, you said there was some... I got lost directionally. Where did you say there was fencing? I don't
You
really
tie him
want
up
to...
here
Uh-huh.
or here?
Alright.
That's what you've seen so far.
I'll tie him up at the second point. Just
Okay, so
And
kind
then-
of between the ruins and the new cabin
yeah.
on the path, there's some fencing, so you're gonna go heading your way that way. So the rest of you, as you're making your way over to the camp, you can see that there is it's like a dead campfire. It's surrounded by like 5 or 6 tents. Looking around as you guys kind of get a little bit closer, you can see that the tents and bedrolls have been partially dissolved. Looks like maybe some sort of acid or spray. There are footprints and strange marks in the sand over here. Kind of looks like several humanoids were probably involved and looks like maybe dragged away as well. Looking at the drag marks, you can kind of see that there is looks like some sort of imprint, some sort of dent in the sand. And as you guys are kind of letting your eyes wander that way, you watch as the indent starts to open.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
And three large, almost ant-like creatures start coming out of the ground around you. Go ahead and roll initiative.
Boy.
Have I noticed
Okay.
this, or do I not? Roll?
You can make a perception check.
I will do that. No. This game does not like me today.
Lalia, you do see that this is happening, but the rest of you, I mean, obviously you guys see it, but that's about all you're taking in right now is these things bursting out of the ground around you. So,
I'll add my initiative then. I'm fast enough. I can get there.
yeah, and like I said, you're a little ways off, but you could definitely get there. Alright, I need initiative from Valeria and Rhaegar, looks like.
Sorry.
Got
Yeah, I already
11.
put it in. It's 11.
Oh, yep, I see it now. 11.
10.
Alright.
Day is not the day for rolls, man.
No, they're terrible.
Oh.
Dude, I've had advantage on every perception check I've taken and still rolled like 2 9s, 2 8s, a 4 and a 7. It's no fun, man.
Valeria and Ixen, would one of you prefer to go first?
You might.
I can, I guess.
First. Yeah.
Valeria first. Alrighty. So, your guys' initiative is as follows. We've got Bink, Lalia, Rhaegar, Valeria, Ixen. Alright. So, top of the round, you guys are currently surrounded. We're just going to kind of theater this one because they're pretty close. As you guys are grouped up around these tents, these 3 creatures have kind of popped out around you. Bink, what would you like to do? As your party is currently basically surrounded. There's like one to the north, one to the east, and one to the west around your party right now.
How far away are they from us?
Like 5 feet.
Oh, they're like right there. Okay.
Yeah, like they popped out right next to you. Like these things are waiting.
Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to cast Vicious Mockery on the one to the west.
Okay.
I'm gonna need a Wisdom saving throw, 15.
Okay. I know what's going on here.
Wisdom save. That is a 7, so he will fail.
Okay, he takes 7 damage and he'll do half on his next turn.
You
Or
got
disadvantage on his
disadvantage. Okay. All right. Anything else, sir?
I'm guessing I don't have anything equipped, so yeah, I don't have anything equipped on right now.
Okay.
And I'm going to.
I mean, you have whatever you have out, like whatever your weapon is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't like 100% sure how it works. If I had to like say like, oh, I equipped this before battle or something. Or...
No. Whatever weapons you have equipped, you have use of.
Oh, okay. And then I'm also going to attack the one to the west, also with my short sword.
Okay. Go ahead and make your bonus attack with the short sword. That will certainly hit.
Nice.
Misses.
We're screwed.
I hit another 7.
Cool.
And then I'm going to fall back a little bit. I don't know, like the exact visual. I guess fall back a little bit behind the lines again, behind the big people.
Yeah. So
As I see Big, can I say something if I see Big moving?
yeah, you've got a couple seconds.
Okay. As I see Bink moving, do not move. We're surrounded.
Yeah, you do see Bink moving around. Like, you guys could probably like move amongst yourselves a little bit, but any of you stepping back or away or trying to move through are going to take opportunity attacks. These things are right up on you guys, basically pincering you in.
Okay, I stop as he
That's what I'm
says
trying
that
to
before I.
communicate.
Okay, that I stop before I go any further back from the group. I'm like still.
Because he
in the
always
middle of
forgets
the group.
opportunity attack.
Yeah. So I stop and I say, "Oh, okay, thank you." And then I end my turn.
Cool. So you're hanging out there. That'll bring us to Lalia. You are next. You are off to the west.
If I use my full badass movement, can I get to the northern one?
Yep.
Cool. Then I would like to charge at him.
Cool.
And I will use my warhammer because that's what I packed. And that's a natural 1, so
Oh, that's a miss.
woohoo! But because I charged, I will use my hooves as my bonus action.
Yep.
That's a little better. 19.
Oh. That one will hit.
So that will be 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
You got it.
And then I will take my second attack.
Yep.
And hope for better. That's a natural 19. 27.
That'll hit.
Okay. 12 points of bludgeoning.
Cool. Alrighty, so as you come running in, you charge in, you lift your hoofs up and get a couple good pounces on this thing. You take a swing with your warhammer, and unfortunately it was ready for that when it kind of dodges, puts its head down, and it misses. That you rear back and come down this time straight on top of its back, and you get a nice hit on it. It's not very happy at the moment. Anything else?
That will end my turn.
All right, and that'll bring us to Rhaegar.
So just positionally, there's one above us, one below us, and to the right. You said we're surrounded. So like, if we're that fire pit, are they basically like around us, like those logs?
Yeah, if you were the fire pit, there's one kind of, they're like making a triangle around you is how you can think about it. So one to the north, one to the southwest, one to the southeast.
Okay, I am going to disengage to out of being surrounded, and run back probably about like 10 feet behind, like to the south of, like 10 feet to the south of oh my god, Lalia, and then like 10 feet to the west, and then I'm going to throw a dagger at the one that Lalia was attacking.
Okay, so running that way is basically going to put you right behind the southwestern one. Probably. I mean, there'll be like 5 feet between you, so you're not going to get like opportunity. I'm just kind of letting you know, standing wise.
Well, it can't opportunity me when I disengage for the rest of the turn.
I understand that. I'm just trying to tell you where you're at.
Okay.
No, you're not close enough for him to give an opportunity attack. Is what I'm trying to tell you spatially.
Okay.
Like spatially, you have space between the two of you.
Okay.
But yes, so you're throwing at the north?
Yes.
Okay.
That's an 11.
That will miss.
And that ends my turn.
Okay. So you have rushed out, turning around, trying to get a quick dagger out. Unfortunately, you're just a little off balance. You're not used to running in sand. Doesn't quite make contact, and it kind of veers off, lands in the sand, and then vanishes from sight and reappears on your belt. It is fresh and ready to go.
Okay.
So that will bring us to Valeria.
All right. So there's 3 of these things?
Yep.
And they're surrounding us?
Yep.
Oh, fun. Yikes. We gotta get them not to surround. Valeria's gonna yell to the rest of the group before taking her turn. We need to get out of this formation.
I already did.
She's gonna Misty Step and then Witch Bolt at 3rd level, one of these things.
Which one? Northwest or east?
On the map.
Yep, there's one north, one west, one east, basically. The northern one has been hit the most, the western one has been hit, the eastern one has not been touched.
I will target the eastern one and roll to hit.
Yep.
Does a 13 do it?
That will just hit.
Thank God, I have not gotten anything higher than a 10 this entire time.
Yep.
Oof.
D&D Beyond has been stinky today.
What the hell? Everything I rolled. But at least it's 7 damage, and I guess a continuous arc I can keep using.
Yep.
There you go.
So you have made contact with this thing.
I Misty stepped out of the form, and who is closest outside of the actual I guess surrounding?
So Lalia is behind the northern one. Rhaegar ran to the southwest. And Bink and Ixen are still surrounded.
Then I want to say I made my Misty Step of 20 feet to try to get behind Lalia.
Okay. Yep.
Cool.
Yep. You won't get far behind her, but you're definitely on the other side of her now.
I just want cover.
Yeah.
She's just gonna, if I may, say, don't stand directly behind me, please.
Not
For
directly
reasons.
to the side,
Okay.
because she's arcing blue lightning at the now damaged ant. I almost said its actual name.
Yeah.
It's like, crap, can't use that.
Yep.
Giant ant thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll conclude my turn.
All right. So that will bring us to, I believe, Ixen. You were last on initiative.
That's true.
It's over there now.
Yep.
So did Rhaegar run east or northwest?
He ran southwest.
Southwest. And Lalia and Valeria are directly north.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm gonna run what would be to the right side?
East.
East. Yeah. You said a triangle, so the ants surrounding me, there's one north, one southeast, and one southwest, correct?
Yep.
I'm running southeast to the ant that way. I want to be within range, but I want to be at his side, facing north.
Okay. So you're not leaving the triangle completely. You're just standing next to the southeastern one.
Correct.
Okay. So the northern one will get a swing at you
Cool
as you're
with it.
moving far enough away from it.
Yep, go for it.
So he's going to try and reach out and bite you as you leave. And that is a 12 to hit.
Miss.
Okay.
Sentinel.
All right. Yep. You can use your reaction because that creature made an attack.
Another nat 1. That is my 4th today, in case you wanted to know.
That will miss. But good try.
Everybody's saving all their good rolls for next session.
I guess so.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
They're bad
so
tonight.
you have successfully made your way just next to the southeastern creature. What would you like to do?
The northern one's still up?
Yep.
Am I 30 feet away?
You would probably be about like 15 feet from him.
Okay. Thorn whip.
Okay. That will hit. And 9 damage. You got it.
And he's getting pulled 10 feet towards me.
Yep.
Am I still within striking distance?
Yeah, so he's probably within, like, so the northern one is probably within about 5 to 10 feet from you, and the southeastern one is within 5 feet of you.
Okay, taking a lesson from Aiden, due to our sparring contest, I'm gonna go ahead and use Frenzied Bite on the northern one that came towards me.
Okay. That will definitely hit. That's a crit. And 12 points of damage. You got it. So as you pull this one in, you had your thorn whip around it. It's coming in closer. You kind of reach out with your large maw and just go to bite into this thing. And you watch as its kind of crusty shell-like out exterior starts to crumple. And you feel a few things break in your mouth as some blood starts to squirt. And this thing is now lifeless in your jaws.
Yay!
Training with Aiden helped out. Alright, that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay. Then that will bring us to the creatures. So the northern one is gone. The southwestern one will go next, seeing Valeria and Lalia and Bink are in a nice little cone. He's going to use an acid spray. I would like the three of you to make a dexterity saving throw.
What? Same?
Whoops.
Dexterity saving.
Awesome.
Bink moved too and made us a great target.
I don't think Bink moved.
I didn't really move
Huh?
too much.
Oh, I guess I didn't have a clear idea. 19. There's a whole roll, but I'm still gonna take like half though.
No, actually, all three of you saved, so you will take half damage. And that will be a total of 12 points of acid damage, half to 6 for each of you.
Okay.
And then the southeastern one is going to do the same, except this time it won't be Bink, it'll be Ixen. So Ixen, Lalia, and Valeria.
Go for it.
Make a dex save for this one.
D&D Beyond isn't letting me take
19.
damage.
2 19s in a row.
Yeah, I guess I didn't have a clear mental understanding of the battlefield.
That's alright. So Ixen, you're the only one to have failed, so you'll take full damage. The damage is 11 points of acid damage. So for those of you that made the save, it will be 5.
Reaction, absorb elements.
Cool.
So I take 5.
You got it.
Oh, never mind.
It's a cool spell.
Wait, did I get hit by this or no?
You got hit by the first one, Bink, and you took half
Not
damage.
the second one. Okay.
Not the second one.
Alrighty.
Yep. So yeah, basically these guys had a triangle around you, and two of you basically were at the northern point of the triangle. The other two of you were like straddling the bottom left and bottom right above the creatures. And then Rhaegar was southwest below everything.
Mm-hmm.
So, yay, triangles.
I did not know they could do that, but I'm happy I moved where I did.
Yep.
But that is it for their round. So the back of our order, I believe it was Bink first. So, Bink, there are still currently 2 of these creatures. One of them is basically right behind you, the southwestern one. The southeastern one is about 10 to 15 feet from you.
Which was the farthest way from me?
The farthest one is the eastern one. The closest is the western, which was the one that you hit your first turn.
Oh, what? The western, yeah. So I'm gonna hit the eastern with a vicious mockery.
Okay.
You need the wisdom 15 or more saving throw.
It will fail.
Does 4 damage, and he does disadvantage next turn, and I'm gonna attack the west one.
Yep.
Wait, yeah. I'm gonna use my handy dandy short sword.
You got it.
That is a 20.
That will hit.
Alrighty, I get 10 damage.
Awesome.
That is literally the max amount of damage I can do.
All right. So you get some cunning words into the one to the east, and you turn around and take your sword and make a nice slash across the one that you were working on earlier. It reels back from the pain a little bit, but it's still coming at you at this point. And that will bring us, unless there's anything else you'd like to do, that'll bring us to Lalia.
You good, Bink?
Huh?
Are you good? Your turn over?
Yeah, my turn's over.
Cool.
Which of these do I see Valeria's witch bolt going into?
The eastern.
Eastern. Since who was it? Ixen eliminated my opportunity attacker. I would like to back up as far as I need to go to charge at the western one.
Okay. Yeah, you just need to take a couple steps northwest, and you can make it down.
Yeah. So, I will do that.
You said the western one, so the one that Bink's working on?
Yeah, the one
Cool.
that isn't witch bolted.
Yep.
So I'll swing with my warhammer first. Good grief. 13?
That will miss.
Alright. I'll go ahead and use my bonus attack with my hooves. Where was that roll with the higher damage? Anyway, 24.
That will hit.
7 damage.
Okay.
And I'm going to roll my second attack. If it hits, I'll use a Divine Smite.
Okay.
That's an 18.
That will hit.
So the Warhammer does 11 points of bludgeoning.
You got it.
Plus 8 points of radiant.
You got it. So as you go running forward, taking a swing, missing again on the first, getting your hooves into it real well. Bringing up your warhammer for a second strike, you start to imbue it with some holy divine energy, and it kind of starts to, a soft little glow to it as you bring it down on this thing's head, and it just concaves its skull and it falls to the ground lifeless.
Man, they do not like bites or warhammers.
Anything else?
That will be my turn.
All right, and that will bring us to Rhaegar's turn.
Right. So there's one standing still, right? And it's up to the north, right?
Yep.
Do I have clear line of sight on it?
Or no, it's not. Or it's not. Well, it's north of you, but it's the eastern one from the beginning.
Yeah.
But yes,
so it's the one that's like 10 feet from me.
Yep. Yeah, you can definitely see it.
Okay. And nobody's within 5 feet of it, right?
I believe Ixen still is. He's just to the north of it.
Okay. Do I have clear line of sight on it?
Yeah, the creature is between you and Ixen.
Okay. I'm gonna back up 5 feet and I'm gonna toss a dagger at it.
Cool.
That is a 18.
That will hit.
That's gonna be 8 plus 13, so 22 points of damage.
All right.
Oh wait, no, 21. Sorry.
21. Yeah, no worries. Yep. So you take a second to step back and ready yourself, and taking a pretty good aim at this thing. You do manage to get it. It's fairly focused on the individual that has tethered itself to it with a witch bolt and the lizard creature ahead of it. So this thing has its back to you, and you manage to get the dagger right between a couple of what look to be like scales or plates in its back, and you can see it kind of arc its back and is kind of rearing in pain. It's still up, but it's looking pretty bad.
Okay. And then as my bonus action, I'm going to cast Mage Hand. This is actually a technical question. I've been casting it and using Telekinetic Shove at the same time, but I don't think I can actually do that. Because isn't casting it I can do that as a bonus action.
Yep.
But I'm not allowed to do it. Oh no, Telekinetic Shoves, I don't have to have Mage Hand out. Never mind.
Yeah,
That's right,
telekinetic.
it's part of the
else.
actual feat.
Yeah, it's the feat.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna cast Mage Hand then, and in my turn.
Cool. You got it. So that is up, and that will bring us to Valeria. With the remaining creatures still tethered to you.
I'm just gonna do damage.
You got it.
We're using that one. Hopefully we do a bit better this time. Oh, 17.
Woo!
Okay.
That's...
So as you focus on your tether and your witch bolt, and you send some more energy through, you watch as this thing just starts to kind of like crisp and shrivel as it sinks to the ground lifeless.
That'll do.
Now that we're out of combat, can I smack the thing that just died?
Yeah.
Really well with it?
Roll to hit. Yep. Easy enough. You get a nice hit on it.
Can I look around and make sure that there's no more coming that we didn't see while we were engaged in combat?
Make an investigation check.
Okay. That is a 13.
Okay. Yeah, you don't currently see any others in the area.
Okay.
No other like holes or sinkholes in the area that you can see either.
So now that we saw that, do we know what that looks like? Like was the ground different because they were underground, or did they just pop out because they're just tunneling? Essentially, are they like one of those ants that like lays a trap and they sit in the bottom of it, and we happen to spring it? I mean, I guess you don't have to tell me that, but
no,
I'm just
make
trying to
make an intelligence check.
Okay. That's a 9.
Okay. These things look like they were used to traveling underground. You're not sure how they feed or attack, but they certainly seem like they can get around under the sand fairly easily, is what you're gathering so far.
Okay.
So.
Well, I guess we best be on our guard for that to happen again. Does anybody else know anything more about these? I've never seen these before.
Can I make a history check, I guess?
Yeah, you can.
I've been reading through a bunch of almanacs, so maybe this has been in one.
Right.
Yeah, you can make a history check.
24.
Wow.
Okay.
Damn.
So from what you gather, these are kind of common to this area, especially around the riverbed and like these sandy places. They're known as Ankhegs, so Ankheg. They, in real world terms, kind of resemble like large ants, but I mean they're large. They were as big as you guys, and they do have like an acidic spray that they obviously use. You know that they're just kind of like ants. They're just kind of large pests, though the fact that they were attacking is kind of off. It's odd. They're more scavengers, more herbivore-ish. I mean, they can eat meat, but they're not really hunters.
Interesting.
That makes more sense.
So you're not
They
sure
were-
why they're here.
They were driven to desperation, maybe. Druid.
Does she relay that? Do you relay that to us, Valeria?
Yeah, I'll give you the general spiel.
Okay.
Do any of you, perchance, have the ability to look through the earth for caves or possibly a burrow? Has the person who's seen drag marks, have we seen drag marks around this area? Thought I heard something like that.
You've seen, so from what you've ventured so far, you've seen drag marks coming from like the tent area to the pit holes that you guys were at. So it looks like maybe they sprung up in the night and just pulled everybody from their tents straight underground. It's kind of what you're gathering.
So there are the literal holes there that we can see and possibly venture into.
Yeah, they're not very big. They've kind of covered and sank a little bit, but there are some holes in the sand.
Look,
Okay.
think more holes.
We should probably investigate these, given the drag marks. If anybody is still alive within this area, I have a feeling that's where they would be.
It does seem weird that they would, if you're saying it's out of their nature to attack people. I wonder if something's wrong with them.
That is a good question, but
I am not
Well,
crawling
I-
into any antholes though.
we should likely focus on the most immediate concern is where all the loggers have gone.
Maybe we'll find maybe they tunneled into one of the houses, and we find like a larger entrance there.
Mhm.
There's no way we know where they. I mean, the only way to tell us to look. So you guys
I
want
want
to
to
check?
try looking around for the main burrow. I know these guys burrow up, but like most ants, they're gonna have a main colony burrow somewhere.
Okay. So are you checking out the holes, or are you just looking for more holes?
Well, we'll start at the holes and see if they're going a general direction, I guess.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Okay. That I can do.
Can I get some acid?
25.
Okay, so I'll grab that in just a second. Ixon, what was your question?
I've got an empty vial in my pack. Can I try and grab some acid?
Yeah, I mean, most of it's like melting into the sand or the things around. There are some like small areas you could probably try and gather. Make a nature check for me to see how much of it you can still pull out. Okay. You're able to get probably about 1 vial worth of onceg acid. So you can go ahead and mark that for yourself. Valeria, as you are kind of investigating these holes where these creatures popped out and doing your best not to necessarily go in them, but kind of poke and prod and see what you can get with anybody helping you as well. You guys kind of gather that after about the first foot or so, it doesn't really, it just kind of turns back into solid sand. So you get the feeling that while these things are burrowers, either the material or terrain that they're in isn't stable enough to hold a tunnel, or they collapse it behind them as they travel as to not be followed.
Okay.
Why don't we check out that other camp up to the north before we go and look at the building?
How's
Actually, can I look in the tents to see if there's anything of note?
Sure, you can check out the tents. Make an investigation check.
while he's doing that? How's Vincent looking?
Let
Is he still there?
me see. Okay. he saw the events. He's a little freaked. You can see he's kind of pulling a little bit, but he hasn't left. He's still there. But
Okay.
he's just kind of like, what the fuck?
Stealth, Vincent, stealth.
Moving through these tents, you can see that most of what was in there has been dissolved by acid. So there's like a couple of like half bedrolls, like a quarter of a tent, some like shirts that may have been folded up that have been like melted through. Nothing really usable left here.
All right. I want to walk up and do the same thing with the other camp. If we're all gonna walk up there, I'm not doing it. I'm not walking by myself.
I will go with Ragnar.
Okay.
No need to fear, I am here.
Okay, so as you guys make your way to the north, to that next set of tents and campfire, it's a very similar vision. Almost identical to what happened at the other camp. Most of the stuff has been sprayed with acid, is non-usable, non-recoverable. You can see some footprints and some scrapes and some drag marks. Make an investigation check.
Me?
Whoever wants to check out that area, as most of you are walking into it.
Alrighty.
22.
I rolled a natural 20 plus 6. So 27.
Okay. So being much more cautious this time, not getting grouped up, you're able to deduce that the little sinkhole areas in this section don't look quite the same way as the last set, and they don't appear to be moving.
Oh, that's good.
Closer inspection, it looks like these have been sealed or collapsed. It doesn't look like there's anything currently in them, like the last ones would have. But it's a very, very similar scene. Looks like most, if not everybody that was here was dragged into these and are no longer present.
Huh. You guys say we go and check out the house.
Yeah.
Still using caution, but seems wise.
I mean, the drag marks are going that direction, right?
I
Or
mean,
we
they're
just
all
saw
just
drag
kind of
marks
going
all over
towards
the
the
place.
holes around the tents.
Okay.
Yes, let's check this house.
So is everybody headed over to the main house that's still up?
Might as well.
Yep.
Eisen?
Okay.
How's
So-
everybody looking health-wise, by the way?
1 point of damage.
You guys are out of combat, so you're welcome to share numbers.
I got 36 HP.
Hilarious robes are a bit frayed, but I've got 35 of 46.
Yeah, Lolly is just a little bruised. She's okay.
Alright.
So as you guys make your way over, you can see that this is it looks to be like a like the main office kind of thing, maybe like tool storage as well. You can see that there is a door leading in on the eastern side, that as you approach looks like it's like partially open. Doesn't seem to be like locked or shut necessarily. Peering inside, you don't really see much at the moment, but you are there.
Someone else can go first.
Is it on ground level?
Yeah, I mean, there's like a step up.
Okay.
It's not like hovering.
Okay. Well, Aiden's not here, so I suppose I will go first.
Okay.
Dark
So
down there?
is what?
Is it dark?
No, it's It's like midday for you guys. Like, you woke up and it only took you like an hour to get here, and it's only been like maybe another hour with all the investigation, so
Okay.
it's like noon. So, walking in, you can see that this cabin has a wooden floor and is divided into 2 rooms. The larger room is the room that you walk into. It is cluttered with logging equipment, saws, leather harnesses, and so on. You can see that the northern room, the door is shut.
Can I look around and see if I see anything that looks out of place?
Are you
I'm
walking
looking
in?
for. No, like in the room, like I'm looking for like any kind of like
Right.
switches or secret entrances or anything.
Yeah, are you walking into the room? Because Lolly is the only one inside right now. Are you walking in to do this?
Yeah, I'm walking in behind her.
Okay. So Rygar's coming in. You can make an investigation check.
Okay.
You could use your wand.
I know.
19.
19.
Not really. Looks fairly simple. Just looks kind of like the tool shed area. Kind of general storage equipment laying around. Nothing really out of place for you.
Okay.
Anybody else coming in?
I'm also coming in.
All right. Bink is headed in. Ixon, Valeria?
Might as well follow behind.
How small is this area?
You can see it on the map. It's about 15 by 30, and then it goes. There's another 15 by 15 square to the west. So.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll follow everybody.
Okay. So you guys are all kind of coming in and seeing this as well. Like I said, but it just looks like mostly a storage area. You do see a door to the north that is shut. Lalia, you're in the head of the group. Anything you'd like to do? You're making way and bringing the party in behind you.
Have we like tried calling out yet?
Nope.
Valeria is going to cast Detect Thoughts to see if she can hear any mental noise, or at least human versus insect clattering, I guess.
Okay. Is that instantaneous?
It is instantaneous. I'm using a spell slot for it.
Cool.
And it is within, I can see. Never mind. Maybe not. We can't see anything yet.
Yep.
So, as our resident expert on being sneaky, Lalia will turn to Rhaegar and kind of whisper, like, this seems like the most likely place for someone to still be alive. Should we call out and see if anyone responds, or should we keep being sneaky?
I think we should figure out what's behind the door first. Before we start yelling around.
So you want
I
to
still don't. I mean, I'm never gonna be one to make noise.
Well, right, but what I'm saying is maybe there is someone behind the door who is perhaps afraid of those ant thingies.
Ooh, maybe I can play a little tune to draw the people out. Because
True.
I know ants can't play lutes.
Yeah, that's fine with me. If you want to call
So,
out.
Why
yeah,
not? Might as well.
everyone's okay with it, yeah. I can play my lute.
Know that if you are an ant, I am very funny.
So, as you guys are stumbling around and getting inside here, kind of debating what to do, I would like you all to make a perception check.
Ooh.
That's a nat 1. Plus 9.
It's
10.
An 11. Oh boy.
Oh, that was robbed.
Okay, so at this point, Ixon, you start to hear something that sounds eerily familiar. It kind of draws your attention to the floorboards just ahead of where your paladin is, and you watch as another of these ant creatures bursts through the floor in front of the door, staring at all of you, and immediately lets loose an acid spray.
Fantastic.
I would like all of you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Wonderful.
14.
That's a nat 1.
Oh my god. God damn.
Plus 5.
That one's...
And I'm guessing it's a surprise round, so I can't use Uncanny Dodge.
10.
Yeah, the only one that actually saw this was Ixon.
It looks like he was the only one.
And
to
he
save.
is the only one to save. So, Ixon, you will take half damage. Everybody else will take full damage. And the total on that is going to be 16 points of acid damage.
Jeez.
Sheesh.
What
What was the save to get half?
The save was 15.
Ah, just one below. How much damage was that again?
16.
Oh boy.
Reaction absorb elements.
Yep.
So you take 4.
So, with that, you guys can either roll a new initiative or we can keep the last one. Since it
I want
hasn't
to
been
roll a
very
new
long.
initiative.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So go ahead and roll. So you guys are all inside this house. This thing is basically
Never
right
mind.
in front.
16.
Cool. So this thing is right in front of the door that is to your north. And Lalia, you are right up against it. Everybody else is kind of behind you by 5, 10, 15 feet and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, how much damage was that?
16.
Ow.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so
You know, likey.
Bink got an 11. Lalia got 7. Rhaegar 16. Valeria 6. Ixon. What was Ixon's?
He's at the
There it is,
bottom.
21. Okay. Alright, so Ixon.
Beginning to not like these hands. Should have stayed outside.
Alright, so new initiative here is going to be Ixon, Rhaegar, Bink, Lalia, Valeria, Creature. So, top of the round. Ixon, you are first.
And I'm at the very back of the party.
Yep.
Who's by me? Who's the last one to go in?
In front of you is Valeria.
Okay. Second level cure wounds on Valeria.
That's appreciated.
I'm going to roll the bonus from my weapon first.
Okay.
Oh. I don't know what that does.
He has a moon sickle, so every time he heals, he gets to do an extra d4.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep, so you'll actually get 18 healing.
Nice.
Ooh. Not full, but way better. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm gonna turn around and step outside the door.
Okay.
Just in case anything is coming up from behind, and to put the door in between me and another acid spray.
Okay. You got it. So as you step out, that will bring us to Rhaegar's turn.
Okay. I am going to, I guess, let's see, let me look at the map. So it's right in front of the door to the north, right?
Yep.
And I'm like, what, like 15 feet away from it?
You were
10 feet
second
away.
in, so you're about 10 feet.
Okay, I'm gonna move like 10 feet to the left.
Yep.
And I'm gonna throw a dagger at it.
Go for it.
Which is gonna be 23.
That will hit.
It's not near anybody, right?
No, Valalia is right up against it.
Okay, so that's
Valalia.
9
Valalia.
plus 8, so it's going to take 17 points of damage.
Nice.
And then I'm going to, as a bonus action, try to push it away from me.
Okay.
So I guess it's going to go north. Or sorry, east.
Yep.
With telekinetic shoves. DC 15 strength.
Oh, that's cocked. I'm roll it again. It will fail. So it's going to go... It can make it 5 more feet to the east. And it's kind of in the corner of the room now.
Okay. And that ends my turn?
Yep. It did not leave your melee range, Lalia, so you won't get a attack on it.
I just want it away from me.
Yep. Next in the order will bring us to Bink. Your turn.
Alrighty. How far away is it?
You were third in the room, so you're about 15 feet from it at this point.
Okay, I'm gonna...
By the way, Rhaegar is not looking good.
Alrighty. So, I'm gonna use Vicious Mockery first.
Okay.
Wisdom saving throw of 15 or more for it.
It will fail.
Alrighty. 5 damage, and it gets a disadvantage on its next turn. And I'm gonna use level 1 healing word on Rhaegar, because he's not looking too swell from where I'm standing.
You got it.
And that is a 6 to heal.
Alright. 6.
And I end my
Okay.
turn. No problem. And I end my turn.
Alright. That'll bring us to Lalia.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to channel my divinity and cast a vow of enmity on this creature,
You got it.
which gives me advantage on attack rolls for 1 minute.
Yep.
And then I'm going to swing twice with my warhammer.
Cool.
Glad I did that. 25.
That'll hit.
That's 15 points of damage.
You got it.
And my second attack. Jeezy Pete. 22.
That will also hit.
12.
Alright. So as you watch this thing just get assaulted and thrown off to the side and put in the corner of the room, you just step up to it and start smashing this thing into the corner, and its body begins to crumple underneath of you, and it is now a messy pulp.
Fantastic.
I am done with these ants.
And with that, I'm going to take one more quick pee break before dinner. So
I'm currently sitting at 32 health, by the way. I was at like 26, and that starts to make me nervous.
Yeah, I don't know. The theater of the mind is like very hard tactically to play.
What'd you say?
It's just hard for me to picture and tactically maneuver my character when we're not looking at a battlefield.
Well, the map is in the general chat for D&D for the campground. You can actually see where we're fighting on the map because it's gridded out. If you pull it up, it's like the room we're in is like 30 feet long and 30 feet wide, but it's like an L shape, like an upside down L,
Okay.
sort of like in the shape of a comma. I just dropped a level 54 who came to try and steal my orichalcum. you're good.
Alright. So you guys have successfully slain the Ankheg in the house. What would you like to do?
Look around and see if there's any more burrow traps on the ground.
Make an investigation check.
Okay. 11.
Okay. Not that you can see from here.
I wonder if there's a item you can maybe use.
That doesn't help with traps. It's for hidden entrances.
And traps.
And trap.
Oh, is it traps?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh. Well, we're already in here, so. Whatever. I'll walk up to the door, like not right at the door, but like 10 feet back, trying to center myself in the room. And I'm gonna use my wand. What the heck is it called?
The Wand of Secrets to
Wand
check
of
for traps.
Secrets. Yep.
Okay. As you're readying that and pulling it out, Lalia, did you have something?
Well, I was just gonna go up and knock on the door, but
Okay.
Secret door or trap.
yeah, I'll just knock and say hello. Anybody in there?
Just gonna look at Radgar as he uses his wand.
Okay. So around the same time as you're knocking and Rhaegar, you're casting your spell, you don't catch any traps, any secret doors or passages or anything like that. Nothing really gets identified by that. And on Lalia, you can hear on the other side of the door, "Know that if you're here to kill me, I'm not worth it."
Oh my god.
Hey, I think I found that guy's brother.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Here we
I
go.
love it. That's awesome.
Take the workers.
I think
Oh.
somebody else already took the workers.
I automatically dislike this fool.
Who's out there?
We came here to help. We're a group of adventurers that took a quest to deliver you guys supplies. Looks
Oh,
like you're having ant problem.
yeah, well, yes, they've. Have you cleared them? I'd be happy to talk, but I don't want any of those things out there.
We cleared them in this room. There was one in here, but it's dead now.
How many
Okay.
How many have you seen?
Myself, none.
We killed at least that many.
All right, I'd stay in the office, and when I heard the commotion and one of my foremans ran in and was pulled away from my door by some sort of claw, I barricaded it and I haven't left. It's been days.
Well, are you sure there's not one under the floorboards where you're at? You might want to come out.
Well, I certainly hope not. I mean, I'm sitting on a slab of stone.
Well, they don't seem to have too much problems with wood, so they could come in from the walls. I mean,
Yes, well,
not really safe in there.
I've
Safer than, I guess, everywhere else.
managed to live so far, but give me a minute. I'll open up for you. You're from Fandolin, yes? Is that it?
Yes, we've
Yep.
come with your delivery.
Oh, yes. All right. Well, there's probably more than I'm gonna need now that I'm out of workers, I think. But I'll tell my brother I said thank you when you make it back. But give me just a moment. I'll clear the area. And you guys sit and listen for a moment as you can hear the scraping and moving of objects on the other side of this door. Takes a couple minutes to get everything out of the way, but as the door opens, you see a rather stout, middle-aged man opens the door, and you can see and you can smell that he has definitely not left this room in a few days. it's pretty. You don't want to spend a lot of time in there if you're not him, because the smell is coming out the door.
Oh God.
Ew.
But
Well, if you want, I can give you a little bit of a bath when we go outside.
so
You seem to smell a little bit.
we'll see. We'll see. But yes, these things. Apparently, what I was told is, at least from my foreman, we thought it was a joke at first. Apparently, they pissed off some boar woman thing in the woods about a month ago, and they claimed that they would curse us and that many creatures would visit us in the coming week, and I did some weird voodoo something, I don't know, but they said that we would need to find the item to cure ourselves. And I don't understand what they meant by that, but apparently it wasn't as much of a fairy tale as we thought, as these things have been appearing, as far as I know, for at least the last 2 weeks, and I think now they've managed to finally... I mean, we were able to fend them off at first, but, there's only so many men here, and, well, I ran out of resources to continue to combat them, and took to hiding.
So you're the only one left?
As far as I know, unless you found others.
All we found is ants that keep hurting us
Yes.
with acid.
Wait, so you're the only one left who's cursed?
Well, I thought... They said there was a curse on the land. I don't know about us personally. I mean, I didn't mess with the boar woman.
You said boar woman. Do you happen to remember any kind of like garb or like any clothing that seemed out of place or different on this boar woman?
Nope, I didn't see her. I was just told about her.
Oh, okay.
You could ask one of the men. Oh, wait, they're dead.
Yeah, you
Well, we
keep
don't
bringing
know.
that up almost like it's a badge of honor, you dickhead.
Well, I'm alive.
Oh.
That can
We'll
easily
see
be
about
fixed.
that. Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Speaking of which, where do you want us to unload these supplies? We have an ox that's been working hard. His name's Vincent.
Oh, yes, Vincent. Well, I don't know how much of it I'm going to need now that I'm out of men, but I suppose if you've certain you've killed all of these creatures, I guess we can start up again. So I just leave them under the awning where the logs are. That will be fine, I think.
Okay. And we're not sure if we've killed them all. I mean, they're hiding under the ground, so.
And you said
Can I
there was...
explain it? Can I explain to him what to look for?
Yeah, easy enough.
Okay.
Lalia?
I wanted to ask, this curse, it's attached to an item?
That's what it sounds like.
Well, we have not found an item. Seems to me this may call more of them, whether or not they're here for now.
Well, I mean, they did keep coming after we killed the first few, so I guess that would make sense, but I don't know where they would hide an item. I mean, there's plenty of... I mean, the tents and the work areas are usually pretty well gone through, most of the paths and things like that. I think we would have seen it, but, I mean, there's some ruins around. I suppose it could be within those, or maybe...
You didn't receive any weird items or
Yes?
packages, did you?
No, the only packages that we receive are the shipments, like the one you've brought.
Where might these ruins be?
Well, there's one in the center of our operation. It was a rather large house at one point in time, and there's two smaller ones up on the hill to the west. You guys recognize what he's talking about is like the old houses that have the stone platforms.
And Valeria, you checked you were looking for magic in that middle one, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't find anything?
I did not. There is nothing of a magic sort here, though Given that we are dealing with ants, that makes much more sense. Or ant kegs.
Right, but if there is a magic item, or if there is an item that is causing a curse, would that be evil? Would that be magic?
I suppose, from my knowledge, it depends on what the purpose of the curse was. For some, it is to keep others from stealing the items. For others, it is purposely malicious. I would have to be able to examine the item to give you any sort of recourse on that. For now, I can pull up another spell of Detect Magic to see if there is anything else in this area. Which I will proceed to start doing.
Cool.
Hey, Ixon, now that we're not in the middle of a battle and what it sounds like we could get jumped at any second, I don't know if you have any... Well, actually, maybe not Ixon, maybe it's... Oh my gosh, Lalia. Heal anybody who needs it the most. Is anybody badly hurt at this point?
Lalia will use some of her lay on hands on herself, and she can help someone else if they need it. She's still not too bad off.
Yeah, I'm sitting at 32, so I'm not terrible, but if we get jumped by like 5 of them, it's not going to be good.
I mean, I can throw a second level on you.
I mean, I've got 32 out of 42, so I'm only down 10 health. I'm like at 75%.
Oh.
So if somebody else needs it more, that's fine. I'm just checking before we get back in combat again.
I'm at 20.
Bink is not in a good shape.
I am looking sweaty and a little under the weather.
Lalia will lay on hands you for 10. Bink.
Wait, what did you say? Sorry.
She's gonna cast, or use, it's not a cast, but use lay on hands and you regain 10 health.
Thank you. Thank you.
Don't step on any moving ground.
Okay.
Perhaps stay close to the rest of us too, just to be safe.
Okay.
Or Valeria got stunned.
Sounds like a good idea.
What about me?
When you're not concentrating on your spell, I'm going to ask you, is the only way to get rid of this curse to find the item?
I can't say I'm extremely versed in cursed items, but while I was at school initially, learning to be a wizard, we did tangle with a couple as part of training. Typically, the curses always emanate from the objects themselves. Curses that hang in the air or hang around a certain place are much, much stronger and require much more magical energy to set to reality. Something like this, which I'm thinking is just serving to attract the insects, would likely be tied to an item.
Oh, okay. So
We're not withering away slowly just by being in the general environs.
Yep. Fair enough. So,
well, then I'll travel with Valeria up to the ruins.
Yeah, I want to go over to the ruins to the west as well.
Yep.
Gonna start magic scanning once my detect magic comes up with the ruins.
okay, so everybody's excuse me, headed to the western ruins.
Yep.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
So as you guys are making your way up there, getting to those two areas, you do again see that these look like old cabins. The hill itself looks to be fairly solid rock. You can see that the foundations for these two cabins were also like a solid stone base. Detect magic really isn't pinging anything. Anybody else wants to look physically? Maybe you can make an investigation check.
I'll do an investigation.
I'm good. I don't want to investigate.
Nah,
You guys
I'm
can
okay.
investigate.
I'm okay. I'm gonna
Had some bad
just
luck
go
with
back.
investigating recently.
Well, I can always investigate in tandem with my detection.
I'm gonna stop getting bad luck for once and just sit back on this one.
All right, I'll do it.
Okay.
Don't all volunteer at once.
Right.
Hey, I'm usually the one that triggers
Never
stuff, so I don't
mind.
want to hear it.
All right. So between
You
Lalia
fucking people jinxed me.
Right.
So between Lalia and Valeria and your detect magic spell, you guys comb over these two sets of ruins for a little while, and they look nothing. I mean, they look fairly undisturbed. Like they haven't. Nothing really triggers you. You know, your detect magic isn't pinging anything. You're not seeing anything yourself. Lalia getting a little closer in physically. That looks out of place. Looks disturbed. It looks like an item, looks like somewhere where an item may have been placed or hidden. It looks fairly like this hasn't really been touched in a long, long, long time. And that's both of these.
Can I go back and investigate the center one now that we know we're looking for an item rather than just looking in general?
Sure. You're going to head back that way?
Yeah.
All right.
Do you want me to make another check?
Yeah, so you get back down to that one, make another investigation check. Anybody else going with her to that one?
Yeah, I will.
Someone, please.
Follow with my detection that I want to keep up throughout this stuff.
Okay. Anybody else going to investigate with her?
I will.
Yeah, well, while we're walking though, Sid, did he say anything about where this boar lady was? I can't remember, guys.
He didn't
Nope.
know. He just had heard from his now dead workmates where she was. That was...
Okay. On the way, going up to the other ruins, I'd like to walk by the house location where this guy is, and make sure he's not hasn't pocketed something that he shouldn't have. See if there's magic detection through the wall there.
Gotcha. Yep. You're not getting any pings off of him either.
Okay.
So.
We can check that off that box.
All right. So, Lalia's investigating. Rhaegar's investigating the ruins. Anybody else gonna do like
Valeria's
a physical?
going.
Okay.
I'm headed back to our friend to talk to him.
Okay. So as you guys are getting a little more up close and personal with these ruins, Rhaegar, something does catch your attention. Over by the fireplace, it looks to be where most of this is ruins, and some of the foundation here is cracked and has crumbled a little bit. It looks like inside the fireplace, the stone floor underneath of it looks very disturbed, like it's been recently moved.
Over here, guys, I found something. This fireplace, the stone floor doesn't look right. It looks like it's been messed with recently. Maybe maybe the item we're looking for is under there. I am not touching it though.
I'll touch it.
Maybe somebody can poke it with something.
I'll see if the stones move, if there's something underneath them, if there's something, or however it is. It
Well.
looks shifted.
Okay.
I did give Aiden the 10-foot pole. Why don't we have him poke it?
I have
He's
the
not
pole.
here.
Oh, you got the pole?
Aiden stayed home.
Yeah, I
How
have
about
it.
I say he ain't with us?
I mean, I
Okay.
could poke it with the pole.
Oh, you said he
Yes.
was doing other stuff, yeah. Use the pole. The rogue or the fighter or whatever. Either of them, it's good to have.
Okay.
Alright.
Um,
I'm gonna use my extendo pole
Okay.
to poke it from far away like a paranoid tabaxi.
All right. So Rhaegar, go ahead and make a dexterity check for me.
A check or a save?
A check.
Check. That is a 12.
All right, Lalia, make a dexterity save for me.
Save.
Yep.
$15.
Okay. So, Lalia, as you're stepping forward to try and just kind of pick up this stone slab that's kind of crumbled and kind of work your way into it, you do notice as a 10-foot pole is now coming along beside you and looking like it's like headed towards the stone slab. It starts to hit you a little bit, and you're now sharing the space with a metal pole that is pushing against what you're pulling.
I'm gonna retract the pole.
So,
Can't be too careful, you know.
I don't know. I completely agree with that.
so as you are rooting around in there, make an athletics check for me.
Yep. Gladly.
And just an FYI, guys, we got about 5 minutes till we're gonna break for dinner. So.
26.
All right, cool. So you're able to lift and move what's left of this large stone tablet, and you can see that underneath it looks like this area has been dug recently. So you attempt to start moving some of the dirt and kind of making your way into the earth a little bit. Valeria, however, as this stone is removed, you immediately get a ping on your detect magic. If there is some sort of magical item down in there that is harboring some sort of enchantment.
Okay. Am I able to determine a general magic school from it?
Enchantment.
Oh. Well, stop there for a moment. There's something here.
Alrighty.
Presumably, magical. I'd like to take a closer look.
Okay. So you take a look and you can see that Lalia has started digging a hole. You can tell faintly that whatever item it is still another foot or so under the earth. But you have no visual on it yet.
It's about a foot or so from where you're currently digging.
Do you want me to keep digging?
For now, if possible, yes. I will
Alright.
stand by just in case should something unsavory decide to make itself known.
Alright.
If you want, I could use my mage hand to help you dig or dig for you, and just in case it's booby trapped or something.
There's about enough room in here for one person because it's like inside the chimney. So I don't know that mage hand necessarily would fit. But what were you saying?
That I have to pee.
Oh, we're almost done.
Alright, so Valeria, take over. I'm going pee.
Okay, so
Okay.
as you guys are making it down a little bit further, you do eventually uncover what looks to be, stopping before touching it. You see that buried underneath of here is 13 tiny androgynous stick figures that smell and appear to be dipped in pig's blood, inscribed with tiny lightning bolt symbols, and tied together in a bundle with a hair. Anybody checking it out can make a religion check if you'd like.
I'll do so.
I'll make one for your
First one
paladin.
seeing it. Oh wow, that's actually high. 23.
Okay. So
These are definitely voodoo dolls.
Yeah, so you and your paladin were able to get this. So checking these out, you can discern that this is a totem, and the purpose is to bring ill fortune to all who reside near it. And you do recognize that the way to get rid of said ill fortune is to destroy the doll.
Okay. So yes, this was most certainly premeditated and meant to cast ill will on all those in its vicinity. I was surprised. I figured it'd be a specific item, but this curse seems to emanate through the general area from this item.
How do we get rid of it?
We'd have to destroy them. However, I know not what they're affected with, so I would like to try to dispel what magic I can from them before we attempt to handle them.
Okay.
So I'm going to cast Dispel Magic
Yep, go ahead.
on these things. Any spell of 3rd or lower immediately ends. For each spell of 4th or higher, I make a check on my using my spellcasting ability.
Yep, so you notice that, I mean, it feels like it's lost a little bit of its potency, but beyond that, it wasn't very magical to begin with, so...
Okay.
but it did seem to have some amount of effect.
Then I look to everybody else. Back up for a moment. Using fire on dolls worked before, but I want to make sure no one gets caught in the aftermath this time, or almost caught. Thinking back to the clearing. And once everybody's cleared out of the way, I am going to start trying to firebolt these things.
Okay. Easy enough. I'm not going to make you roll for it or anything like that. As you catch the dolls and they start to ignite, burn into ash, I would just like everyone in the area to make a perception check before we go to dinner.
Okay. Uh-huh. Perception.
Nice
Go, Owl. Oh, thank God, that was advantage. 15.
I'm blind as hell.
And I think I got one. Everybody but Rhaegar. Did you want a perception, Rhaegar, for me?
Oh, also, I don't
Yeah, I just did. Sorry.
No worries.
I don't overall get advantage on perception checks in general. It's just for stuff relying on sight. So if there's something that's specifically not going to let me do that, please let me know.
Yep, no worries. So this one was definitely sight. Those of you above a 20 catch, as this doll is kind of crisping, you see some mounds in areas you hadn't been to yet in the sand start to move and make their way out of the camp and into the surrounding woods.
Yay!
You get the feeling
Good job.
there might have been a couple more bugs, and now they're piecing out.
Excellent work, Valeria.
Woohoo!
So,
Glad to help.
curse lifted, and with that, we will go ahead and break for dinner.
All
Try
right.
not to be attacked by giant ants.
I think we're all good for now.
Christmas. Ho, 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 ho.
So, jumping back into this post-dinner yummy goodness, our band of adventurers had decided to go ahead and take the supply run delivery over to the loggers' camp, of which there had been some worry because they hadn't been heard from in their normal time frame. Upon arrival, they noticed that the camp was eerily silent. Nobody seemed to be about. Upon doing some searching, some investigations of the area, they uncovered clues and traces that most of the workers had been probably shot with acid and potentially killed and pulled into holes in the ground, in the sand, at which point they noticed a few creatures popping out and attacking them. They appeared to be giant ant-like insects known as ankegs. They fought off a few of them, investigated the rest of the camp, saw some more traces of similar disturbances, made their way to the office and storehouse, upon which they were attacked inside this time. Looks like one of the ankegs went through the ground into the floor and through the floorboards of the main part of the office. They didn't take any casualties, so that was a surprise round for them. They managed to make it through that. Found that the brother of the townmaster Harbin, Tybor Wester, was indeed huddled up in this small office, which they noted was slightly different than the rest of the complex, because this room had a stone floor.
The hell?
So that may or may not have prevented the creatures from getting to him for the time being. But they pulled him out, were made aware of the fact that the land or this area may have been cursed by some item. They decided to go ahead and start investigating the area. Upon a small sequence of detect magic and digging in some rather confined spaces and some fire pits, were able to eventually uncover a small totem doll that was dispelled and burned and appeared to have released or driven off the remaining creatures in the area, presumably lifting the curse on the area. So, as that is where our adventurers were, it was noted that Ixen was on his way back in to talk to Tybor while you guys were working on this. So we'll go ahead and take that time now to see what Ixen was doing with Tybor while you guys were searching and burning and curing curses. So go ahead and kick us off, Ixen. You are walking back into the house.
So, Tybor, I believe we needed a notoriety from you that these items were delivered.
Oh, yes, you probably need me to sign the invoice. Well, I'd be happy to do that. Let me just take a look at the goods, and he kind of doesn't really leave the house, just kind of peeks outside, sees the crates. So it's all right, yep, looks good. Bring me the paper.
Can I bring him the paper? I don't think I was the one holding it.
Yeah, I think I have it.
Yeah, I think Rhaegar has it, so he will wait
Yeah.
patiently if you'd like to run out and grab it.
Sure. I'll go grab it.
Okay. Rhaegar, Ixen asks you for the paper to get Tybor's signature. This is probably in the midst of your guys' searching. You're probably on your way over to the middle at this point.
Yep, I hand Dixon the paper.
Okay.
No, I run with it. I'm just kidding.
All right, Ixen, you head back in. I imagine you're delivering the paper to Tybor.
Yep. So, just to carry on the conversation about these curses, did your people go up to the ruins? Or is it not within your vicinity of the work you do here?
The ruins, you mean, you're talking the old cabins up on the hill?
Yes.
I mean, it's not really not our responsibility. I mean, we're loggers. We start at this point and we work away from the river. So, we cleared some trees in that area. They have used that place as like a tent ground a couple times. But I mean, they're just just old ancient foundations from houses long ago. I never thought much beyond that for them.
And do you only clear logs out in this area, or do you have a separate, like a secondary location?
No, we were stationed on the northern side of the river a few months ago, but we ran out of our allotted area there, and we purchased this plot of land here on the southern side. It's a few miles downstream from where we were before, but this is our primary, one and only current area that we're sectioning out.
So then, when your people saw the boar person, was that on the outskirts of this area or up north of the river?
It was here. From what I've been told, it was why they were out surveying and marking trees. It sounded like it was quite a distance away. It wasn't like, we wasn't within earshot of the building, but yes, it was certainly in this area.
So, ideally, if you commissioned us to go take care of these poor people, we would be able to find your markings and then track them down that way.
Well, I mean, we did many markings after that. Like I said, it was a few weeks ago, and we didn't really think much of it. I'm not sure it'd be much help for you to follow our markings. They're spread all throughout the area, basically to the edge of our purchased land. All the trees have been marked, so I don't know that it would really guide you anywhere other than to the edge of our property. But you're welcome to follow it.
I'm just thinking that if these people who created the curse know that the land has been cleansed, they may come back and try and curse again. So we might as well cleanse it at the source, per se.
Well, that's certainly something you're welcome to do. Unfortunately, I myself would not be able to compensate you for that work. I don't own the company myself. I just receive a paycheck, and I have not had one for, a couple of weeks now, because, I wasn't going to make the trip into town to receive that, so, yeah, but I mean, you're more than welcome to.
Okay, it was just a thought. Yeah. I'll keep it in the back of my mind and discuss it with the rest of the party later on.
Oh, certainly. I mean, at this point, I'm going to have to try and make my way back to probably Neverwinter, find a new crew, and let my employers know that we're going to need some hardier people out here, so it will be a minute before this place is back up and operating again anyways, so we have plenty of time.
Are you sure you're, number one, brave enough, and number two, able-bodied to make that journey by yourself?
Well, we had a set of relief workers coming in, and just a couple more days. I think I can hold out till then, and I'll probably just travel back with that group. And I feel much safer in my room until they've arrived. And now that you guys have cleared this area, I feel a little better about it.
You should probably clean out that room.
Yes, well, it does smell rather bad. I will certainly be making that a priority.
Alright, I think I've gotten all I need from you, so I'm gonna head back to my group.
Okay, well, and I appreciate your help. Let me know if there's anything else I can do for you. It's now, as you're walking away, you can tell that he's just kind of quickly like getting back into his room and shutting the door, and you can hear not that he's scraping and putting things in front of the door again, but like maybe he's starting to clean up a little bit.
Okay.
So you are, as you're heading back out, you're seeing that your party has is staring at this small little pile of burning something on the ground.
Did I miss in our fight?
He's asking you guys.
I say to the entire party.
Sorry, your rogue was sneezing. No, we, well, Valeria could probably tell you. She's the one who handled it. I just poked it with a stick.
Ah, yes, it seems as if there was a specifically and intentionally malicious malicious curse set upon your camp here. A few dolls, per se, specifically effigies meant to cast misfortune upon the area.
Do you think if the people who created the curse find out they cleansed it, they'll be back?
They ever so slightly could be. Each of these effigies also had a lightning bolt affixed to them. Well, a drawing of one at the very least.
So then it has some relation to do with the storm god and the coast that we were last at, the Tower of Storms.
That is what I think. It has some relation to the Talos worshippers around here.
Ixon, while you're having this conversation, thinking about this area, make an intelligence check for me. Or survival. Whichever you prefer.
What a cowardly move for followers of such a strong and robust kind of god.
So as she's kind of talking these things through to you, and you're starting to catch glimpses and remembering the boars and things of that nature, you are able to recognize that you are not too far from the area where your friend Rhaegar slapped a boar that was wandering the woods.
On the ass.
Yeah.
To be specific, yes.
So, yep, you definitely know of that these woods in this area have some wandering boars, because you have in fact stumbled upon one.
Well, do we want to go hunt some boars and pick a fight then?
Why would we hunt boars?
So that they don't come back and curse this area? I mean, obviously,
Why are
it's
boars
a vital...
cursing the area?
Do what? Sorry.
Now, add a character. You know this, but we have no idea why you're saying this. Like, you didn't explain it to us.
Oh, okay. I'll just explain my whole thought process then, because I don't want to go over it, reiterate it, but yeah, I'll explain it to the party.
No, I wasn't trying to be a smartass or anything. It's just...
No, you're good.
I was like, what? Why are we hunting boars? I mean, we could. We need to return the ox, though, and turn in the quest. So if we're gonna go hunting boars, we have the poor ox with us.
Poor Vincent.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought the ox was staying here for some reason. I don't know.
No, I mean, yeah, Harbin
Even
was
if...
pretty... Or, not Harbin.
Barthen.
Oh my God.
Barthen, yeah.
Barthen. Sorry, I made notes, Chris, but for some reason D&D Beyond deleted all of them.
Oh,
It's kind of pissing me
no.
off a little bit.
Uh,
But he was very adamant about us returning everything in its rightful order, and I am not paying for that if we damage something.
Even if Vincent were supposed to stay here, I would not leave him with that nincompoop.
Yeah.
That man does not seem to have any value for the life of those who work under him.
Absolutely not.
Doesn't care about him at all.
I thought I had gotten away from that kind of thinking. Apparently it's everywhere.
And from what you said, Ixon, it sounds like, I'm assuming you relayed all that information, it sounds like we already killed the person who cursed the land. It was the boar that I slapped that shapeshifted. That's what it sounds like. Because this like curse happened like a week ago or so, and like back then was around when we ran into that half orc that I slapped and
Okay.
electrocuted me. So I think we already took care of the problem.
I also don't know that the problem would be isolated enough that even if it weren't the one that you slapped, or part of that party, that we would be able to find it this close in the woods. My suspicion is we are not done with these things, but hunting them would take far longer than just accidentally stumbling upon them. So perhaps we travel with caution, and we be grateful for the fact that we planned to take the forest road.
Well,
And hope we
At
don't
the very
run
least.
Caravane.
so long as we stay nosy as we are, I'm sure we'll run into some more similar things.
Yeah.
Okay, so we put it on the back burner for now and take the oxen back.
Yeah. I mean, at least so we don't have essentially baggage rolling with us.
Do not call Vincent baggage.
I mean, he carries
rude.
baggage.
He's the baggage handler. That's a huge step up.
I don't think Vincent wants to die.
I don't think so
So-
either.
Not being mean, I'm not insulting Vincent.
He can hear you. He has ears.
Alright, so are we all gonna make our way back?
Are we ready to leave the camp?
Oh, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
if you guys want to take a short rest here, because we know it's safe, and then we can get on the road.
You can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Yep, so you guys can take a short rest. If you want to use any hit dice, you can. Recover what you recover on a short rest.
I'm gonna use
Ooh, spell recovery.
Yay!
Yay!
I don't get any lay on hands
There we
back yet, but
I'm
that's
gonna use Song of Rest.
Hey.
Okay.
Yeah, an extra 1d6, yeah.
Alright, well, in that case,
I forgot how that works again. Do I roll and everyone gets, or everyone rolls separately? I
No,
forgot how that works.
everybody that is using a hit dice right now during this rest gets to roll an additional 1d6.
Okay.
Ooh,
I shouldn't have used all my lay on hands.
And anybody rolling hit dice can also get a 1d.
Okay, it's been a
I believe, from me.
1d6, 2d6, extra 1d6?
yeah, extra 1d6 here.
I had an extra from Ixon, I think, but Ixon's is a d8.
Oh.
yeah, I'm at full health.
Wait, I forgot. How do you do this? It's been a while since we took a short rest.
13.
Just hit short rest at the top of
Plus-
the page, Savior. And then roll your die.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
maxed
okay,
out.
okay.
I'm gonna be
Yeah.
way over.
Okay, so one hit dice.
You guys didn't take much damage.
So, we're short rested, right?
I got down to half health.
So what do you guys say we make it back? Do we still want to take the long route to go stop by that lodge? Or
That seems like a plan.
Yeah. I mean, we're already out here, so we might as well stop on the way back.
A lodge might have nice lodgings for Vincent, too. He's had a stressful couple days. We had flying monsters, we had crawling tunnel monsters. Maybe we give him nice stable to stay in.
Poor Vincent probably seen more today than he's ever seen.
Yeah.
It's a little overwhelmed.
So, just for my personal use, who all used hit dice so I can mark it off my thing?
I did, but I didn't even add yours because Xavier put me at full.
Okay.
Like, I literally I needed to heal 1 health, and then Xavier just said he was going to do his song, so. Because I did 2d8s.
I think Valeria was the same. I think she got back to full
Oh yeah.
without extras.
I get +4 per dice, so
Whew.
con mod.
Nice. Yeah, I didn't use hit dice, Ixon. Taking the gamble.
Okay, that's fine.
Cool.
Mainly because if I used one, that's all I would need. It's just one.
Alright, so you guys are headed to the hunting lodge, it sounds like.
As the party is ready to leave camp, Lalia wants a
Might as
final
well.
word with Dickface. What's his name? Tybor.
Tybor? Alright, so as you guys are all putting your sacks on and lacing up your boots, Lalia, you walk back over to the office real quick.
I'm not going to knock. Is the door unlocked?
Yeah.
It's not gonna matter anyway. I just knock it down with my warhammer if it's not unlocked. If it's locked.
Walk in. The main door is open and the inside door is open because you can see he's like pulling things out and starting to clean up a little bit. Yes, what now? Can I help you?
I just want you to know that your men deserved better.
Well,
And the tragedy that took place here is on your head.
well,
Riddle me this, and hear my promise.
don't like riddles.
If we hear tell of another tragedy like this on your watch, and we learn that you were hiding during the absolute massacre of your workers, it will bring me great pleasure to sever your head from your body. And I would like to cast Abjure Enemy.
Okay.
So he needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
What's the DC?
16.
He doesn't make it.
Doesn't make
He
it.
got a 15, but he does not have a plus on any wisdom.
He is frightened of me and he has 0 speed.
Alright.
And I just want to walk out.
Make a perception check as you leave.
Where's perception? $15?
Please.
Alright, as you use this ability and he's like in the middle of he just stops talking. Is like staring at you, unmoving. You go to turn around and in the corner of your eye you just catch that one pant leg is darker than the other.
Just keep walking and join up with the party. Come on, guys! What's taking so long?
You.
Hey, I used my first one more thing of the whole campaign, okay?
Yay!
Oh, no, that's fine. I don't care.
No, I'm
was
just
like,
teasing.
Please tell me he shits himself. Please tell me he shits himself.
One leg is darker than the other. It was not that way when you walked in. So, as you guys now have done your bidding in the area and gathered your stuff and start making your way to the lodge, I would like whoever's leading with survival to make a check for me.
Be happy to.
See if you can figure out how to follow the map in reverse. Yep, fair enough.
Who needs maps?
Alright. So, give me just a moment here. Page 24. I got to roll this fancy dice. Okay. So, as you guys are making your way through the day, evening starts to come. It's almost dusk, not dark yet. You can still see your way. You are getting pretty close to where the hunting lodge is on the map. Go ahead and make one more survival check for me.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, not as good. 16.
Okay, good enough. So there's a bit of fog in the area, but do a little bit of searching and a little bit of following what paths you guys can see. You do step out and you find that this thin fog that is surrounding a fortified compound, standing in the clearing on the east side of a narrow river. So this is a little branch off of the main river that you guys had been on previously. You see a 10-foot high log palisade surrounds the compound, whose main building is a 2-story stone and wood affair with a high-pitched roof, gables, window shutters, and a stone chimney. Attached to the main building is a blocky tower of gray stone, its high roof lined with battlements. Other structures include a 2-story stable house and a gatehouse whose flat roof is enclosed by iron railings. A stone bridge spans the river, ending before an oaken door set into the gatehouse's outer wall. Mounted next to the door is a bell with a short rope hanging from its clapper. So
Now, Bink, don't ring the bell. Don't ring the bell. Okay?
Just to say, should you do so, you have been warned, and I'll be creative in the punishment. Violent.
Xavier, are you there?
Yeah.
I was talking to you.
Oh, I thought you heard me. I said, okay.
No, you're muted, I think.
Oh, sorry about that.
Either that or you're quiet. I don't know. Anyways.
Oh, I think I was muted. All right.
I do have a
what
question,
do you-
though. Ixon, are you on your horse?
No, I forgot to summon it.
Okay. I mean, you had time. Did you want to be, or are you not worried about it?
Yeah, I'll be on the horse.
Okay. Cool. Noted. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
What do you guys say we, well, it's closed, right? Chris, out of character?
Yeah.
Like, alright,
It's
well,
a closed gate. Well, I mean, it's a closed door, but I mean, it's easy to get to. So, like, you know,
okay.
a doorbell.
I'm gonna walk up and knock on the door.
Okay. You knock on the door, and it's a pretty dense door. You don't really, like, it doesn't seem like your knocks resound or make much echo. You
Oh,
wait a
that's
few
what the bell's
seconds,
for.
and you don't really hear a response.
Alright. Scratch what I said, Bink. Ring the bell.
It's all you, buddy.
Okay. I like look with like my eyes like wide and open. I'm
Wait,
like,
can he reach
my
it?
time to shine.
Can he reach it?
All right, Bink, make me an athletics check.
Why do I need an athletics check for ringing a doorbell?
You're short.
The answer's in the
You're a little-
question.
All right, 26.
All right, so as you walk up, you look up and see this doorbell, this small rope hanging from this bell, about 4.5 to 5 feet in the air, at least twice as high as you. You feel bound and determined. You take a couple steps back. You run right at the wall. You get a couple steps up the wall, make a nice jump, and your fingers just connect with it. And you hear one resounding ding as you fall to the ground.
Gracefully. Stop.
Gracefully, yeah.
Landing in a 3-point superhero fashion.
Yes.
Oh my god.
And your loot falls on the ground.
No,
Tong, 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 tong.
no, no. I wipe off my little baby loot.
A few seconds go by, and you guys hear some rumbling, some rustling from the other there is like a little like access panel about eye level for average height people. That kind of slides back, and you see these old, weary eyes kind of looking through, and you just hear, "What do you want?"
We heard about this hunting lodge, and we're just adventurers returning from a quest. We wanted to stop by and, I don't know, see what your lodge was, and if there's anybody interesting here.
Oh, you dick dang, you're coming out here and wake me. You want Falcon?
Do I want what?
You want to talk to Falcon?
Sure. Who's Falcon?
Oh, just get freaking. God damn it. He owns the freaking place.
Okay, sure. It would be great if we could talk to Falcon. Thank you.
Oh, dude, freaking God, frick! You just hear this like string of like muttered, muted insults. You're not really sure what he's saying. As the door slowly opens, and you see before you this kind of hunched over, much older gentleman, human figure. Kind of looks up at you and says, "Well, freaking dick dang, go over to the main house, and my name Corwin, just follow me." And he starts walking towards the main house.
Are we allowed to come in?
Oh God!
I believe he said follow. I caught that
Oh.
and maybe Corwin. That's either a
Oh.
Turkish dish or his name. I'm not sure which.
And he stops for a second. He turns around. And he looks at you, Ixon, on your horse, leading your horse, and he says, "Ah, you freaking take down. You can take that out of the stable, and you can get Pell."
I don't know what's wrong with these people.
I'll collapse it and pick it up, put it in my bag.
He was pointing over towards the stables when he said this, and then you tell your horse to collapse, and you just watch as this old man is like, "Oh no!" Just kind of like, what the fuck?
We still have Vincent with us.
Yep.
So,
He's
Lalia will.
so enthralled by that. Wait till you see what I can do.
Right?
But he does then turn to you, seeing the ox. He says, "Well, you can take that over to Pell, and he's not a horse, but he can take care of it."
Sure.
He points to the stable, points to the ox,
Come
points
on,
back to the stable.
Vincent.
I'm gonna lean down to Bink and say, "I don't think these people get out much."
Yeah, God, I mean, God, what
So-
the heck, man?
You start taking Vincent over to the nice stables. The older gentleman turns around and starts to make towards the house again.
You pointed to the horse, and you pointed to the ox, but you didn't point to the half horse, half lady?
So you ain't never seen a centaur?
They go in stables too, don't they?
Oh boy, you little son of a bitch! Oh, you dumb as fuck.
Does anybody here speak hillbilly?
Unfortunately, out of character, I've gotten all of this. So, if
Alright,
the
well,
DM
Ragnar's
allows
gonna
it,
You can translate as
I was
much
gonna
as
say,
you
if
want.
the DM allows it, Lalia can be a translator. I've had the unfortunate privilege of having heard this accent before.
That's
Translation would
when
be
there's a
nice.
story.
Oh yes.
Are you mimicking relatives, DM?
Very slightly, yes.
Yeah. He's
Oh,
also
God.
reprising a role from a high school theater production. So.
West
Oh.
Virginia.
But you get the general sense, Ixon, that he just looked at you like, "Man, you stupid," talking about centaurs like that.
Yeah, when Lalia catches back up, I can translate.
That's the pot calling the tea kettle black.
Exactly.
Right.
So it takes you guys a couple more minutes because you got to kind of go around to get to the actual entrance door. But you were right right next to the stables. So, Lolly, as you're walking up, you see a young boy. He's kind of making his way out of the stables. He looks up at you and he looks at the ox, and he just kind of holds his hand out, like looking at the leash.
Oh, hello. How are you?
He waves.
Oh, this here is Vincent. He is a very important member of our party. I'm going to entrust him to you. Can you take care of him?
He kind of bows and he makes some hand signals. Make an intelligence check for me.
Oh, gosh. Molly is not very smart. Okay. Where's Bink when you need him? Said intelligence, right?
Yep.
9.
Oh boy.
You see that he's making some shapes, some figures, something with his hands, gestures of some sort, but you're not really familiar. Not sure what he's doing, but you understand the bow.
Yeah.
And that he's now reaching for the leash again.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I do not understand, but I trust you. You seem like a good fellow.
He gives you a nod and he kind of pets the ox. It calms down a little bit. Seems like he's probably been here before. He knows Vincent. Barthen has told you that he's come through enough and stopped here on times, so they seem to recognize each other, and he leads Vincent into the stables out of view.
All right, bye, Vincent. Have a good evening. Take care. See you soon. And I'll go join everybody else.
Cool.
With my 70 speed, I catch up.
Yep. So as you guys make it back over, you have gotten to kind of the main door to this area. He opens it, leads you in to what looks to be a very large dining and trophy hall. There's a second floor gallery that opens up above this large dining table in the middle, surrounded by tall black chairs and 2 iron chandeliers hang from the high rafters. It's a very nice, very open looking, like entertaining type area. And the older gentleman, Corwin, looks back at you guys and says, "Well, wait right here and go and get that falcon." He walks over to a set of stairs, just a little northeast of you guys, towards the edge of the room. Stops, looks up the stairs, and yells, "Falcon! People!" Walks back to you guys. Just kind of looks around and says, "Well, give him a couple minutes down here and talk to Falcon." And then he puts out his hand, palm up in the air, and just stares at you all.
He says Falcon is on his way down.
Right then.
What's his hand saying?
I'm gonna go ahead and give him a 5, as in high 5.
He just kind of looks at you like, "Damn, and he just keeps staring with his palm up and open in front of you guys.
I'm
I think you're
gonna.
getting paid.
He just
That's
blinks at
kind of
you.
funny.
I'm gonna give him 1 gold. And look at him, like, is that what you wanted?
He bows and walks away.
Okay.
That was maybe a little generous. I don't think he's done.
That's all he's getting. So.
But he walks and stands over at the side of the room. Kind of in his own little corner. You can see he's got a little chair there. He just sits down and is waiting with the rest of you. So a few moments go by and you start to hear someone coming down the stairs ahead of you. After a few moments you see a large human figure. He stands about 6 feet, 6.5 feet tall, has black hair and broad shoulders. He's wearing a fur-lined cloak over a set of studded leather armor. His eyes are blue, cold, and sharp as ice. He sports a neatly trimmed beard. He's walking not briskly, but not slow. Kind of approaches you guys and says, "Oh, you must be the people Corwin was mentioning. What can I do for you?"
We were seeking
He said
shelter
that
for the night.
we are the. Oh, you don't need me to translate for this one. Okay.
No, I can understand him.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. Thank you, Lolly. You must be Falcon. We're
Yes.
my party and I are seeking refuge for the night. We also wanted to come and check out the hunting lodge. We had heard about it, so come by and say hi and see what your lodge was all about.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. It's usually about this time of month that I see Barthen, but you sounds like maybe you're apparently taking his place this month.
We are. We were sent to investigate some, to deliver supplies to the logging camp and also see what was going on there. It turns out they were a little bit of a predicament, but I think Valeria could maybe explain that better than I can.
Well, I'm not surprised. It was kind of a shoddy operation to begin with. But, well, I won't trifle you with it. It's none of my concern. I don't have any dealings with them, and but I didn't particularly like that younger Weston boy. What was his name? Tory, something like that.
Dumbass.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dickhead.
I don't think we like him. We don't really care for him much either.
Well,
So
works
the
for
feeling's
me.
Mutual.
But yes, well, surprised not to see Barthen. Is he okay? Is he all right?
Oh, Barthen's fine.
Oh, man.
It's actually probably better that he sent us instead of him, because if he had gone by himself, he may not be alive right now.
Yes, well, I can't have that. He's my dice buddy. We like to play cards and things like that. He'd be sorely missed if that were the case. So I'm glad for that, at least.
Yeah, as are we.
Well, that being as it is, I do offer Barthen the ability to stay here with me on most nights. I don't have any guests at the moment. We have a range of rooms. I'm not sure what's clean at the moment, but Corwin would probably have a good idea. You're welcome to speak with him, and he can let you know what rooms are available. Like I said, I don't usually keep up with that, but I've had some business. I'm in the process of getting a few things signed, making sure that so-and-so gets so-and-so, and, things of that nature. I tend to entertain nobles and people on their way to and from Neverwinter, so keeping my place in tip-top shape is my number one priority. Corbin deals with the housing and things of that nature. But, yes, dinner is in an hour if you're interested. I could make sure that you have some. But beyond that, is there anything else I can help you with?
I did have one question. That fellow back there, I don't know if it's Corbin or who it is, but put out his hand earlier, and I gave him a gold. I don't know what that was really for.
Oh, he's a spry character. He loves a good tip. And the better you tip him, the better your meal will be. Take it from me. I still tip him.
I see. Say, Ixon, maybe you could, this Corbin is as good of a cook as it sounds like. Maybe you could learn a thing or two from him, or teach him something.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, right.
As I point to Ixon, he's our cook.
Oh, well.
You can manage to break through the accent.
Yes, well, it's not the easiest to understand, but you get used to it. But yes, Corwin is he's a world-traveled cook. He's worked for many kingdoms and many castles, and had quite the employment history, regardless of his attitude or speech. I found that he is quite an amazing chef. Definitely take some pointers off of him if he's willing.
Could you actually point me in the direction of where I could find him? I know he walked away. I didn't see which direction he went.
Oh, he didn't make it far. He's just he's sitting in a corner. And
Okay.
Falcon just kind of
I'm
points
gonna-
at him. He's like, well, he's appears to be on his stool.
Alright, I'm gonna walk over to him while everyone else does whatever they want.
So do you hunt with your bare hands?
No. That's a little beyond me. I like to use a bow.
Have you ever come across any boars that weren't boars?
Well, I think so. I mean, I've seen more orcs in the woods of late, but there's been some interesting outcomes. They appear to be, from what I can tell, in league with some sort of evil half-orc looking things that dwell somewhere within the woods. But they're often seen in company of these little stick creatures, as well as I've seen a couple boars with them in the past, so that certainly rings some bells for me. But I've not fought with any of them. I usually steer clear. I don't like orcs. That's not really my game. If they come near the lodge or try to get in here, I will certainly deal with them. But fortunately, that has not been attempted yet. So I have not had much interaction with these boars or half orcs that I've seen out.
That's all the information I need
All
to
right.
know that more need to be eradicated.
All right. Well, if there's anything else, please don't hesitate to let Corwin know so you can ask me. I must retire to my study. I have a few things to make sure I get done before the morning.
Did we get room pricing? Or is that
You said ask Corwin.
Ask Corwin. Okay.
Anybody else want to talk to Falcon as he's turning and leaving?
No, I'm good.
Did you say something, Bink?
Nah, I'm all good.
So as he's leaving, Rhaegar, you're making your way over to Corbin, who is currently sitting on the chair with his eyes closed and kind of sitting back.
Is it out of character Corvin or Corbin?
Corwin. Corwin.
Corwin. Okay.
I just asked him that too. I was like, what are you saying?
Corwin.
So as I walk up to Corwin, I say, Corwin, if you have a second, sorry to disturb you.
Oh, no, I won't.
I hear you are quite the cook, and I was wondering if you'd maybe be willing to show my friend over here, Ixon, as I point to Ixon across the room, a few tips, or maybe teach him a little bit. As I pull out my coin purse and count out 50 gold and hand it over to him. Yeah. And if you'd be willing to, or not hand it over to him, but hold it in front of him, and if you'd be willing to, here's 50 gold, to cover it.
He kind of looks at you. He looks over at your party. He says, well, which one use Ixon?
The bony one.
The lizard.
Oh, the big guy. He looks back at you. He looks over at Ixon and says, well, you know how to skin a tater?
What's frightening is I'm starting to understand this.
Yep.
I know.
That's how it goes.
You making mashed taters?
Yeah, a little bit of that, and then you can probably make some fries and steaks and stuff.
I feel like this
I
is
think
the
he wants
same
you to
way
join him, Ixon.
I'll go ahead
But-
and join him.
Before
Does he take,
Follow
out of
him
character,
to
Chris,
the
does he take the gold?
Not yet. I'll let you know.
Okay.
But Lalia?
before we send him off to the kitchen, perhaps we should ask about rooms. Are we staying here tonight?
I mean, we're not even at dinner yet.
Yeah, sounds about nice.
Well,
We can.
Alright. I was kind of hoping to put my backpack down, but I guess I can take it to dinner.
Kind of looks at you and says, "Oh, you can take down. You got some rooms for tonight? You want to stay here?"
Are we planning to stay the night, folks?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's double up.
Yeah.
Oh, got dang, I'm gonna teach you how to cook, and I got to put you in the bed, and got something. At this point, he reaches for the 50 gold, and he says, "I'll teach him to do some cooking, and help you guys get your bedroom."
Okay, I hand him the gold.
He says,
Thank
"Well,
you.
we got
Corwin.
the dick dang first floor over there. You gotta get set 2 bedrooms and 1 gold a night. You got the upstairs. You can bring Dick Dane the premium bedroom. Probably only fit maybe 1 large one like the horsey over there, and the 2 gold."
All right. How about
Perfect.
would 10 gold cover us for the party?
Yeah.
Okay, I hand him over 10 gold.
All right. He pockets it. He hands you guys a set of. He gives you 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 keys. 5 of them are for the first floor, he says, and he says that the larger key for the larger room for the upstairs, he hands as well. He kind of goes to each of you and gives you each a key, and then gives the.
We'll take the large key.
Well, he holds out the large key. He says, "Well, which one of y'all is going to get the upstairs?"
That would be me.
He says, "That's a lot of room for a little guy like you."
Oh, well, actually, it might be better for our centaur.
All right.
Okay.
Tosses Lolly of the last key.
Oh, nice. Well, thank you. But I gotta go up the goddamn stairs.
Get there. You can probably go around back and jump off the hill.
I'll take my
Do it.
chances with the stairs. Thank you, though.
All right. And he looks over at you, Ix, and he says, "All right, boy, you can get back there and get some cooking done."
You ever hear a frilled lizard hiss? I make that noise.
Uh-huh.
I've heard that noise.
That's not too bad, there, little big boy. And he just keeps walking towards the kitchen. Seemingly mostly unfazed.
I walk following him, but I walk by Rhaegar. I'm gonna get you back for this.
I'm going to toss 2 gold to Rhaegar and say, "Thank you for negotiating," I think.
Was that negotiating? I barely understood any of it, but it seemed like it worked. So thanks. You can keep your 2 gold, though. I'll cover rooms for everybody tonight.
Alright. Well, I appreciate
Not
it.
sure that even qualifies as communication for the most part.
Right.
However, so Ixon's walked out of the room by now, right?
Yep.
See, so I share with the rest of the party. So I gave him 50 gold. I mean, I'm not sure how much you were paying attention, but I gave him 50 gold to teach our cook to be a better one. I think fingers, are not exactly what we want on the menu. You know what I mean?
It was fully disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully he's able to help him.
Cool. So, I take it most of you are probably going to check out your rooms, get cleaned up for dinner.
Yep. How long did you say till dinner was?
About an hour or so, at least.
Okay, then, yeah. Don't have enough time to do more spell stuff.
Gotcha. Yeah, you guys got here pretty late to begin with, so it's kind of wrapping things up.
I'm gonna go out while I'm waiting and help the stable hand with stuff if I can.
Okay. So, let's go ahead. Ixon, are you willing to learn from Corwin? Or are you just going to sit in the corner and watch him?
No, I'm willing to learn begrudgingly. I don't really want to talk to him.
So he just kind of looks at you and says, "All right, boy, good thing. Just follow along and try to keep up and you do what I take. Make an intelligence check for me. Actually, just do an intelligence saving throw. Either one.
It'd be +3 for the saving throw.
21. Okay. So over the next 35 to 45 minutes, he just kind of walks you through a few simple things. He just kind of does it as you watch. He has you do a couple simple tasks. He shares with you like a couple of the recipes that he's working on. Most of it is stuff that you have already comprehended, things that you know how to do. But the way that he is doing them is extremely efficient. And for as old as this guy is, he is making a dinner, like a 3-course dinner for 7, faster than you had ever seen somebody prepare food before. And it smells and looks delicious. And you've picked up a couple new tricks. You know, it's gonna be a little easier for you. He's taught you from watching. You've kind of gotten some techniques from him. You've seen some spices. He tells you some interesting herbs and things that you can keep looking an eye out for. Some interesting preparation type techniques. So you do feel a little benefit from it.
Okay.
Well, as far as actual like character sheet development or implementation, nothing miraculous like that.
Alrighty.
But personal knowledge wise, you feel like you're going to be much better at preparing and maybe scavenging even. So beyond that, Rhaegar, you head over to the stables. You do see the young boy is kind of currently tending to Vincent as you walk in. He does kind of notice you and turns and just gives you a wave. Keeps going about. What would you like to do?
Just say I'm just here to help while I'm waiting for dinner. You can point me towards any watering buckets you have for the animals that can help with watering and feeding if you want.
He points over to a wall where you can see that there's a few buckets lined up, a couple of them hanging. You look around and see that the only animals in here are Vincent and one other riding horse.
Okay. So I'm going to fill the buckets and then ask him if he has like a water source like that they use nearby, or are they collecting from the stream? Because if they have a water source, I can fill it.
He looks at you and he just kind of waves and beckons you over, and he walks you kind of outside and around the side a little bit. And you can see that they have, in fact, like a very rustic iron spigot, and he pumps it a few times and some water starts to come out.
Okay. Alright, well I can get water myself. I just didn't know if you had water you kept, so I could give you some more. So I'm going to help him with that for a little bit.
Cool. He looks at you and he makes a couple like motions with his hands. Make an intelligence check.
Come on, Rhaegar.
It's an 11.
Okay. You also kind of get that you're not certain what he's doing, but it seems to be some sort of gesturing or form of communication maybe that he's trying to impart on you, but he just kind of realizes you're not really understanding it and just kind of bows and starts making his way back into the stables.
Okay.
Can I try to have made out what he said or did?
Can I look at the spigot and see if it seems like there's anything wrong with it? Maybe that's what he's trying to gesture me towards.
Okay. Yeah, we can check that out. Bink, were you going outside as well too?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can make an intelligence check. You've just been kind of creeping along Bink style.
Creeping along Bink style, I like it. And I got a 21.
Okay. So while you yourself do not necessarily speak it or understand how to utilize it. This young man is speaking in sign language.
Oh.
Rhaegar, you may make an investigation check if you'd like.
Okay. That is a 19.
Okay. The spigot seems fine. I mean, maybe like a little old, a little bit of rust flakes on the side, but it's a good old-fashioned water spigot, and water comes out when you pump it.
Okay, so from that, I guess I can assume that he was just showing me that's where the water comes from.
Probably.
That's what I'm going to go with. Alright. I'm going to fill the water and just help him around the stable till dinner time.
Okay. Bink, are you helping as well? Or are you just kind of wandering the courtyards? Well, I'll take it as wandering the courtyards for the moment.
Bink, are you there?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear him comment. Sorry
Stop!
about
You gotta
that.
stop muting yourself, man.
I'm sorry. Okay. What was that you said? I'm sorry.
Yeah, what are you working on? Rhaegar's going to help this young man around the stables. Are you hanging out with him? What are you doing before dinner?
That's a good question. Probably play my lute a little bit. Walk around, play my lute.
Okay.
Have a little Chinese dragon fly around me as I walk around.
Sounds good. Anybody else working on anything before dinner?
No, not really.
Enjoying some peace and quiet in my room.
It takes you, there's about an hour before dinner. It takes you about 15 minutes to get up the stairs.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
So you estimate that you probably have a good half an hour to yourself up here. But as you walk in, it's a rather large room. It's definitely, you haven't been in Toblin's, but it's probably equivalent in size to the area that you have in Gostiers. And you kind of judging the bed. It's a canopy bed. But you can fit in it, surprisingly. It's like a large queen, almost king size, so you'll fit.
Fantastic.
The rest of you, or I should say, and there's also there's windows on two sides. There's a little chair in the corner. There's some lit lanterns. It's a nice looking room.
Nice room, yes.
Those of you downstairs that decided to check out your rooms prior to dinner, we'll say you all got a few moments before going off if you would like to have. You see that each of your bedrooms, there is twin bunk beds and a side table and a lit candle on the side table. But it's warm. It's not drafty. But they're pretty small beds. Bunked. So, with that, your hour or so passes. You guys hear a large bell ringing. Ding, 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 ding. You hear off in the lobby a bit. I gotta dig down some dinner. And those of you outside can hear the dinner bell as well, and some mumbled something being shouted.
Alright, I'm gonna finish up what I'm doing and then come inside for dinner.
I'm going to head down the stairs and hope I get there before everything's cold.
All right. Are you in a hurry? Or are you taking your time?
I will not rush what
Okay.
I cannot master, but
All right. Valeria, you got something?
He's gonna stay upstairs in whatever room he was led to and see about reverse engineering one of those effigies to see how it works. Some twine and whatever they were made of.
Okay.
She's gonna experiment doing that.
Okay. So you kind of mess with that, and are you on the top bunk or the bottom bunk? No, I'm just kidding. Doesn't matter.
Just stopping short of putting a nasty curse on there, just seeing how it would function if one were to do so.
Okay.
Easier to dismantle something if you know how it works really well.
Yep, go ahead and make an Arcana check for me.
Okay. That is a 13.
Okay. You're not super familiar with putting curses or imbuing certain items with magic. You get that this was probably something not quite in your realm of spellcasting, but that it was probably mimicked some sort of enchanting. But you're not 100% sure how they specifically did it.
Alright. I'm just gonna keep working on it.
Cool. So the rest of you make it.
Figure it out. Give it enough time.
So the rest of you make it to the dinner area. At which point Corwin and Ixon are bringing out large plates of food that look and smell delicious. The young boy has followed you in from the stable, and he is currently taking a seat at the table as well. Falcon, you notice, is coming down the stairs as well, coming to the head of the table to sit down. He says, "Well, this all looks delicious. It looks like you really outdid yourself, Corwin, and your lizard folk friend here. Looks like you guys made some good progress. It seems." So he just kind of sits down and takes his place at the table and starts serving himself some food. Everybody else just sitting down and eating. Anything else you'd like to accomplish?
Yeah, I'm gonna, I guess, start gathering food. As I'm doing that, ask Falcon, how he came to be who he is, entertaining folk, I guess on their travels. Or he said out of character, he said like royal people. So I want to ask him about his history.
Mm-hmm.
So Falcon, how'd you come to be who you are and what you do?
So, this fine establishment you're in has been in my family for a few generations. We've always either lived here or taken care of it in some way, shape, or form. And I'm the latest in my line, and it was willed to me by my father, who is also a magnificent hunter. And so it was just my turn to take it over, and given my lifestyle and my thrill of the hunt, I found it quite a nice and cozy place for myself. But yes, it is often, we are the midpoint between Neverwinter and most of the larger kingdoms to the east. It's not the easiest trek or path to try and go through the Neverwinter woods all in one night, so we are a nice midway stopping point, and we are known throughout the kingdom, so just because of how long we've been here and how well stationed we are in this area, so easy to find, and I'm sure you understand that. So
yeah.
So yes,
That's pretty neat.
Yes, many a traveling noble or merchants. Most anybody with a couple coin to rub together on the way to Neverwinter or to the Eastern Kingdoms usually stops here for the night.
And how'd you come to meet Corwin?
Oh, Corwin's been passed down through the family as well. He's made his way around the world. He's followed many of my aunts and uncles and other types to noble areas, and he's worked on and off for the family and taking odd jobs here and there for kings and queens of the eastern cities, is what I've been told. But he always seems to find his way back here in the end. I think he has a special place in his heart for this lodge.
Is Corwin at the table with us, out of character?
He's like running back and forth, like taking and moving dishes.
Okay. And what about your stable hand?
Says, that would be Pell. Oh, he's a wonderful boy. Unfortunately, I found him in the woods, and I checked many of the surrounding cities and areas, and no one claimed him. No one had heard of him. I left a few pamphlets, a few things detailing the boy in the towns nearby, and unfortunately, I never came to any sort of fruition. And he's been with me for the last 6 years now, I believe. And from what I can tell, I believe he's about 12 years old. So while he's not rightfully mine, he's kind of like a son to me.
Pretty neat.
Yep. It took me quite a while, but unfortunately the boy was mute when I found him, and that has not changed. I don't know if it ever will, but there's not much to say around here to begin with, so he fits in quite nicely.
Did you ever investigate it or look into it to try and figure out what happened to him?
Well, like I said, I did my best. He didn't remember anything. He was but a babe, and nobody in town had any clue as well. I certainly did try for a few months to find his parents, find out what happened, but nothing ever came. I just know that I found him, and well, he's now staying with me until further notice, or if somebody someday eventually comes to claim him, I suppose we'll work on that then.
Well, and what did you say his name was again?
His name is Pell. Pell.
Okay. Huh. Kind of interesting. Well, thanks for having us for this nice dinner. Looks delicious.
Oh, certainly.
I think I'm gonna dig in.
You got it. Anybody else? Are we enjoying our meals?
I am enjoying mine, yeah.
So, not too long. You watch as Corwin is constantly making trips, clearing plates. Ixon, you recall that during the cooking process, Corwin was definitely taste testing. So he doesn't seem... There's no worry, at least on your end, as to when this old man's going to eat, because he pretty much didn't stop.
Okay.
So he's like, what, eating and going?
Yeah, and he was eating while cooking. Like, he got his fill. Taste
A
tester
lot more
supreme.
respect for this hillbilly now.
So.
Yeah, until Crest makes us roll Constitution saving throws.
Nah, Ixon would have caught on that if he was making something wrong. But yeah, dinner passes fairly well. You guys are ready to retire for the night. I don't suppose anybody last minute before headed to bed?
Nope. Good.
No.
All right.
I'm going to smoke before I go to bed. Other than that, I'm good.
Okay. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh.
All right. You take one of the mushrooms you still have remaining. You kind of roll it, do what you can to light it, kind of inhale some of the fumes. It has a pleasant smell. The room starts to get a little blurry. You're used to this. Things start to change colors a little bit. You're used to this. And then things start to move towards you, away from you, stretching, shrinking, growing. You're not used to this. It doesn't take very long, and you kind of roll off of the bed, off of the top bunk, onto the floor, and you are now losing most of your dinner.
Oh, man.
No.
Not long after sleep takes you. So, that being said, while we are here, and we do have Aiden with us, your day has passed, and this was your free day, which would have allowed you to go mining. So if you'd like, we can do some mining checks real quick.
Boy, oh boy.
Yeah, let's do it.
So,
Same routine. Same routine. He went to the Shrine of Luck before going to the mines.
yep. So, back in Fandolin, Aiden has, I'm assuming, used his 150 gold to reserve a spot at the mine, which you can go ahead and mark that off. And then you have made it to the mine the next morning. This would have been the morning you guys were making your way to the loggers' camp. So, that being said, you do have 9 hours available to you if you'd like. Go ahead and get started with your strength checks to see how much and what you can mine. So we'll have you do one for each hour, so go ahead and make 9 for me. So 8, 10, 21, 8, oh boy, 23,
Let me keep track. So 2, 4.
yeah, I got 2 more after the 7.
Okay.
Alrighty, so alright, your first hour of mining with an 8, you were able to gather some coal. So go ahead and roll a d20 for me. It is 8. So you've collected 8 pounds of coal. Second hour with a 10, you also gathered some coal. So go ahead and make another 20 for me. 18, so I'll give you another 9 pounds of coal on that one. Got to 21 on your third hour. So that will get us into the ore. So go ahead and roll a 20 for me on that. You did manage to find some ore this time.
It rolled right off the nat 20. I'm upset.
Let's see. You did manage to find 1 pound of copper. And that is roughly equivalent to 5 silver pieces. Let's see. Fourth hour, you got an 8. That'll get you some more coal. So if you want to go ahead and roll a 20 for me. Hour 3, you got the 23, so that'll be some ore. So go ahead and roll a 20 for me.
Why did you roll off the 19? Like, why?
Oh, goodness.
That is so dumb how it just took off the 19 and go to the 3. Didn't even look right, but oh well.
We did get 1 pound of iron this time, worth roughly 1 silver. Let's see, hour 6, we got some ore again. So go ahead and roll a 20 for that one. Hey, 15, that's not bad. You do get a pound of silver ore, worth roughly 5 gold. Hour 7, you rolled a 7 and got very lucky and actually found coal this time, or found ore this time, not coal. So go ahead and roll a 20 for me on that. Got another pound of copper. And hour number 8, you also managed to find ore instead of coal this time. So go ahead and roll me one more 20 for that one. That one will give you another pound of iron. And last hour you managed ore again. So go ahead and roll me one more d20, this time with advantage. So just roll it twice.
Natural 20.
All right.
Nice.
So this time, go ahead and roll. Roll a d4.
Oh.
All right. This time, you have managed to find. Hold on, I gotta count. Okay, you have managed to find 4 pounds of mithril ore.
Ooh.
Oh.
Each pound of mithril ore is worth roughly 25 gold.
Mithril ore, huh?
Yep.
Let me go look at something.
So, not too bad. Let's see, coal, 17, 24, 24 pounds of coal. Let's see, iron, we got 2 pounds. Copper, we got 2 pounds. Silver, we got 1 pound. And 4 pounds of mithril. And 27 hours mined out of 100. Not too bad. Spent a little more than you made this time, but you got a rare ore. We'll see what you can do with that in the future. So, that being said, you would be headed back from the mines around the time they were at the lodge. Is there anything else you wanted to do with your evening, or were you headed to bed?
No, I wasn't even planning to be here. So really, I had nothing planned past the mining, so.
Okay. And you're pretty exhausted anyways. I had you take a day off last time. You're not quite used to mining every day, so go ahead
That's
and
fair.
head back. I'm assuming sending your ore over to the exchange to be held again.
Yep.
Cool. So you are headed there. Next morning, everybody is waking up. You guys at the Hunter's Lodge. What would you like to do today?
I'm gonna go and help the stable hand, and then ready to go.
Okay.
That's sort of
How
why
long?
we're here.
Do you think that stuff is going to take? I want to spend another 2 hours learning a spell if that is permissible.
We can take a slow start till the morning. We've been moving pretty fast the last few days. I'm okay with waiting for Valeria if everybody else is.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Cool.
Just wanted to know. Let me see which one I want to do.
Let's be honest, in this bedroom, Lolly is sleeping in.
Fair enough. 4 pounds of mithril. Nice. Alright. We'll do comprehend languages.
Cool. All right.
And put it in the chat.
That's all. All right. So as you're working on that, most of you are waking up, headed out of your rooms. You do see that in the dining hall there is a rather large breakfast already set up. And Falcon is already eating, and Corwin is kind of standing at the side, just keeping an eye on the plates and things of that nature.
Did I see that coming down, Chris?
The banquet? Yes. Yep. Yeah, all of
Really
you to
smelled it.
yeah
Then
to
I'm-
to get out of your rooms and head outside, you have to go through the dining hall. So yes, you definitely walked to it. I'll say, for the purpose of this, you're still in the room. You haven't
Okay.
just ignored it.
All right. Well, then instead of, I didn't realize, like, out of character, I didn't realize food was going to be ready when I woke up.
Oh, you're good.
All right. Well, then I have a seat.
Okay. So, you go ahead and take a seat, and Corwin brings you a plate, and you're able to pick and pull what you like. Anybody else? What are we doing?
I'll enjoy some breakfast.
All right.
Yeah. Me too.
And
I'll be the last one down to breakfast.
Okay.
if Rhaegar is still in the dining hall when I get there, and I see, yeah, so if I see you, Rhaegar, start heading out to the stables, I will probably join you to check on Vincent.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take you too long to get down there.
A little longer
At least-
than the tabaxi, though.
It'll at least take 10 or 15 minutes to eat his breakfast, I'm sure. But you guys make it there. A few moments later, as you guys are enjoying your meal, you see that Ixon is finally making his way into the room. So,
The Falcon.
yes.
I know you said this is a well-known area, but how is it well-known? Just by the roads? Or by hearsay? Or
Well, it's mostly hearsay in the fact that we've been here for so long that we've managed to get our name on the map. Anybody
Have
with
you
a
ever-
map of the Sword Coast, our place is usually marked on it.
have you ever thought about, I don't know, putting up like posters or something to note in towns to notify people of your presence? Because this meal last night, this meal, man, this is
Uh,
quite good.
well, we are not the easiest to afford, and unfortunately I'm not very good with people, but we make decent living with what we have, and I fear that if I went more public with it, the private citizens that pay the most for the nicer rooms probably might not frequent as often, if you understand, and
I do.
that would be much unfortunate, as while I don't really care much for the privileged or the way that they run or things of that nature, I certainly don't want to piss them off, because then, well, I might not be on the map anymore.
Makes sense. So you'd rather stay secluded and available to those you already serve.
Yes, and I'm quite happy with it. It means I get plenty of free time to do what I love, which is hunting.
Sounds like a nice way of living.
I agree. That's why I'm here.
Just gonna keep eating my food then.
Alright. So you guys make it through breakfast as you're each finishing your meals and Corwin is cleaning up. You notice that as you guys are starting to stand up and move, there's only one main door that leads outside from where you're at. And Corwin is currently standing at it with his hand on the knob, ready to open it. As you approach, he looks at all of you and puts out a hand, palm up.
I give him the 2 gold I offered Rhaegar yesterday.
What do we owe you, Falcon?
Falcon looks over at you guys. He says, "You owe me nothing, but tip the maid. Trust me."
The maid. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Corwin is standing at the door with his hand up.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was Falcon.
No. He's at the table. He's still eating.
Yeah, so I gave Corwin, I give him 2 gold.
I'm gonna put it in another 5 on top of that.
He kind of looks over at Falcon and says, "About damn time someone around here give me something to live off of."
After everybody put the coins in his hand, I'm gonna give him a high five.
Wait, hold on. You put coins in too? How many people put in coins?
I put it in 5 gold coins.
All right.
What?
Blair does not contribute any money to this. He walks out.
You can't. You'd have to walk through him. He has not opened the door yet.
Okay.
So.
Well, I'm just gonna wait.
Yep. But seeing the money in his hand and saying that to Falcon, he does start to push the door open and is allowing each of you to walk out. As you walk out, each of you that partook in eating of the breakfast, you each may gain, it's going to be 2d8 temporary health.
Just real quick, Chris, before we walk, like as we're walking out, I want to stop and thank Corwin for working with Ixon.
Yep. So give me just a second. I'm going to roll that extra health for you guys. So...
Was I able to knock the coins out of his hand?
No. He saw he upon getting the coins, just the last coin that hit his hand, he just immediately pocketed it. And you went to swing, but given that everybody was there and around, you didn't quite make contact. He's a fast old man, which you kind of gathered working with him in the kitchen.
Oh God, I'm feeling another Dabra coming on. The master cook.
Yeah. But yeah, each of you that ate breakfast get 13 temporary hit points for the day.
Nice.
Thanks to Corwin's amazing cooking.
All right.
Should he eat here more often?
To get Ixon to these levels.
So, as such, you guys walk out. A few of you are headed over to the stables. Once you get there, you can see that Pell is indeed already up and taking care of Vincent. Looks like he's brushed him, cleaned him, has got him set up, has got the wagon reattached for you already, and Vincent looks ready to go.
Shall we head out then?
Is everybody ready?
I think we're all ready.
Yep.
So Pell leads the oxen out into the front yard for you. You guys notice as he makes a few more hand signs, realizes you're probably not getting, and just bows.
I'm gonna grab Pell real quick before he like turns around and walks away, and I'm gonna give him 5 gold, and then just put a finger up to my lips and say shh.
He kind of looks at you, gives you this look like, did you really just shush me, motherfucker? Pockets the gold.
Okay.
Gives you a bow.
I give him 10 more.
What do you mean? I can't fucking. Wait.
I didn't mean it in a rude way. I meant it like, don't tell him I gave you money.
But he kind of he shakes your hand a little bit and gives you a bow and kind of stands off to the side, kind of back towards the stables, just back to his duties, watching you guys take off.
As we're walking away, as the party, how much do you think I could get the kid for? I mean,
oh my God.
As soon as we have built our house, the Falcon guy said he could be claimed by anyone, so...
Do you really want to piss off that guy? Especially since he's very close to someone who could teach you a lot.
I'm not in the
pissing off.
Not in the habit of kidnapping children personally.
I mean, and he did say that he was like a son to him. Falcon did.
I can't imagine.
You want to kidnap someone's child?
I can't imagine we could give him a better life than he has here.
Well, I'm assuming it wouldn't be kidnapping had we talked to Falcon, because he said that kid was claimable by anyone.
Well, by his family. Not by anybody. I mean, he's become like a son to him, so you want to take that away from him?
Why are we attempting to deal with children in the first place?
I'm thinking we could make him like a second Corwin for our house as a housekeeper.
I want no part in this. As Ragar walks forward.
And I don't either.
wanna be part of the
Suggest you
conversation.
talk about hiring rather than trying to abscond the care of such a person. This isn't livestock we are talking about.
I don't see a difference.
Yes, you don't seem to see much of anything half the time. Keep your nose in your cauldron, lizard.
So,
And I don't have to worry about him poisoning my food anyway.
As we walk away, Lalia just makes sure to keep herself between Ixon and the view of like Pell and the entrance. Just and she doesn't take out her warhammer, but she's got her like hand on the handle. Just to make sure we're continuing away and no one's gonna dart back and do anything weird to the kid.
Yep. So as you guys are making your way out, Corwin has made his way to the front doors and has opened them wide for you guys. And you're passing through. You just kind of, thanks for tips and come back anytime. Money.
Money.
I can't mimic you, but I'd love to be able to have Lalia turn around and just be like, thank you, and see you next time, and take care. Fluent hillbilly.
So as you guys start making your way back towards Fandolin once again, I'd like to have whoever is in the lead for me this time, since this is the long path. I'm going to have you make 3 survival checks. We'll start with that. See how well they go.
Want me to do that again,
I
guys?
want to hear a natural one. Someone get lost.
Somebody needs to do it. It ain't gonna be me.
I'll go for it.
I do not trust the survival of.
Call another natural one for me, Yankee, because I got a nat 20. Woo!
Cool. That's only one of 2. That's only one of 3.
Trees, what? No.
That's all your luck on the first roll? Oh, man.
So your first few hours go fairly well. You manage to keep on track with your map as best you know.
Man, that bed really did the nut. It's fantastic what happens when you have a good night's sleep.
So go ahead and make a second for me.
Well, it's not bad at all. 24.
All right, staying on track. And last roll, home stretch maybe.
Ah. There it is.
That's crazy. Huh.
So
That's crazy.
That is my 5th nat 1 of the day. I have had 5 nat 1s.
well, I will say that collectively you have at least broken even. So you have made it to the edge of the woods.
And then Lalia gets lost.
And as you walk out of the woods, you're kind of looking around. You're like, shit. Was this the right? Make a perception check for me.
Okay. I thought that was going to land on a 1 again. 20.
You are able to pick up on a few paths and things that you now recognize. And you're like, oh, yes, this way. And you're able to correct the party, and you guys are now making your way the last leg of the journey to Fandolin. As you are making it there, it is definitely late into the night. You made good progress through the woods, probably a little faster than was expected because you had a decent guide. But it is definitely late in the evening. Sun is on its way down. Aiden, at this point, I'm presuming you're probably getting dinner at Toblin's, but you are welcome to change that if you'd like.
Not really. Not going to change much. I'm just going to consider it another rest day from the mining.
Yep. So, but if there is anything that you would have liked to have gotten done around town prior to dinner time, you can certainly let me know and I can walk you through that.
How many days has it been?
Let's see. 1, 2. This is day number 3.
Would Lenine have went to the weapons convention?
You can certainly check.
Yes, I'd like to check.
Okay. So during day 3, which was your day of rest, you do make your way over, and you do see that there is a sign on her door saying that she will be out for the day.
Ah.
So apparently she is not there today, so she is doing something.
Most excellent. You may take a quick look at the quest board or the town board as well. Well, why not? He's more or less exploring the town today.
Okay. You do see that there is in fact a new posting on the quest board.
I'll read it.
You absolutely may. So this quest, give me just a second to find it here. This one is called the Mountains Toe Quest. So it talks of the Mountains Toe gold mine that is 15 miles northeast of Fandolin. The new overseer, Don John Raskin, has made a trip from Neverwinter to Fandolin and needs to be escorted to the mine. There's no telling what dangers lie between here and there, but once you deliver Raskin safe and sound, you can return to the town master to collect a reward of 100 gold.
Oh.
So that is what it references. It just says there's a new foreman for that mine, and he needs somebody to take him out there.
Cool.
And this is not the mine that you've been to, because yours is straight east, and it's only a couple miles outside of town. So
Yeah.
this is
15 miles.
Yep, this is somewhere you guys have not been, so you're not super familiar with yet. But that quest is up, and it says for more information, seek out Raskin at the inn. So he's staying at Toblin's at the moment, is what it sounds like.
Okay. We'll pocket that posting for the time being.
Cool.
At that point, he'll be at dinner time.
Cool. Easy enough. So you guys are making your way into town. It's fairly late dinner time.
Oh, I'm gonna DM you something as well, Chris.
Sure.
Just real quick. Something. It's minor.
No worries.
Haha, minor.
Well, he is working on that. What are you guys doing for the end of this day?
I'm actually gonna go to the Shrine of Luck.
Okay.
What does the Shrine of Luck do? I mean, I'm guessing gives you luck, but
Alright,
We
so
don't know.
Ragar's headed to the shrine. Where's everybody else going?
I'm going
And
to
I also head to the
Gostiers and
Shrine
go to
of Luck.
bed.
Lalia, Gostiers for bed. Bink, you said you want to go to the shrine as well?
yeah.
You're going to stop by the
Sounds
shrine.
lucky.
Valeria, where are we headed?
To the inn again.
Valeria's headed
Maybe
to...
for some more of that brandy.
Mm.
Had a great amount of it last time.
Alright, so Lalia, you're headed off to Gostiers. That'll take you a minute. Ragar, Bink, and Valeria, you guys are all headed the same direction for a few minutes here. So you guys get to the shrine. You kind of split off as Valeria's headed inside. Ragar and Bink, what would you like to do at the shrine?
Does the shrine look any different? Same as always.
Yep. Looks very clean.
This is my first time at it, right?
you've
I mean,
been
your
here
first time like studying it. You've been by it and you've played near it. It's a very
The
small town. It's
shrine.
very hard to not have been to it.
Is it like a praying shrine, or is that what a shrine
It's a
usually is?
pile of rocks with a nice stone table looking rock.
I'm going to leave 10 gold on the offering.
Well, there's an offering.
Go ahead and make a religion check.
is a 21.
Okay.
Wow.
As you leave the coin, as you're kind of used to it, feels good to you. You know, you're feeling lucky. We'll see what happens.
Alrighty.
As
I'm
I
gonna
watch,
return to the inn.
What were you saying, Bink?
as I watch him walk away, I'm gonna toss in a gold coin in the what is it called? Donation thing or something.
Yeah, there's like a little coffer area and you can see where he left his coins. So you add it to the pile.
Yeah,
Go ahead and
I'll
make.
I'll add a gold coin then. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and make a religion check for me.
18.
Okay. You're not really sure how this works. You haven't done it a whole lot before, but it makes you feel pretty good about yourself, and you're feeling lucky. We'll see what happens.
All right. I'm gonna go back to the inn. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna play a little music in the center.
Okay, make a performance check.
17.
All right. I'll keep that in mind as we go forward. So, Rhaegar and Valeria, you guys have made it inside. You can see that Aiden has a table. He is currently working on some dinner. Anything you'd like to do?
Particularly.
So,
Crickets. Crickets.
Aiden, you do see them enter at this point, so if you'd like to hail them, you're welcome to. But
Welcome back. As he has maybe... what did Tilda make for dinner this time around?
some sort of like pork chops and beans.
He got a little pork chop in his mouth. He's chomping down that pork chop. Kind of like the person who created him, because I am currently chomping down a steak. It's fucking amazing.
So,
You have any luck at the mines, Aiden? Haven't seen you for a few days.
It was alright. It was certainly better than my first attempt. Maybe not as profitable as my second attempt, but I did find something of interest. That'll certainly be useful to me once I can get or make use of these smithing tools.
And what's that?
He's gonna go ahead. Well, actually, he doesn't have it with him. It's with Halia. I managed to find a couple pounds of mithril ore.
Oh.
Quite interesting.
Looks as if you've been making yourself useful.
Well, I always try my best.
It actually panned out this time.
so
I felt lucky.
Is that what you felt, huh?
Something of the sort.
Far be it from me to mess with that.
And yet you still do.
Oh, well. Old habits die hard.
In your case, they don't really die.
Shush.
I need to give you two.
They're not
some
supposed to know
space.
that. I just came here for booze, and this idiot was sitting here.
I don't know. I mean, the last time I left you guys alone
If-
down here, I'm pretty sure Aiden looked pretty rough.
If I have need of space, that it is only to escape the cat hair.
Ha!
That I am constantly picking from my robes.
Wow. If you want, I could steal your items instead, like certain gnome.
I would recommend you not do that. I have been known to haphazardly fire things when angry.
I said could, not would, or will.
Why not just give him an item out of that black bag of yours?
Anger does not mean murderous intent.
Why? Well, what's so special about... Oh, well, actually, never mind. I've seen what the bag does.
I was wondering.
I wanted to act like I hadn't seen that thing, but I literally watched fucking something get sucked up into that thing. Like, oh, that's what it does.
Wait a minute.
I wanted that to be funny.
so
No. That bag is reserved for extra special cases.
Yes, I can tell. I've seen enough of it. Quite.
Anywho, Barden, if you would.
Barthen.
Just a-
Toblin walks
Barden?
over.
Okay,
Make
yeah,
a make a
that's
history check.
That's all right.
Okay, I suck with names in general, and it kind of fits the character to just not
Yeah.
care about anybody's name, but
That's all right. So, while you guys have engaged in some conversation, Lalia has made it to Gostier's, been invited in, shown to her quarters, so you are able to make your bedding for the night. So you are out. Bink, you did manage to make 2 gold coins today, entertaining some post-dinner travelers. So you can add that up. Valeria, you do get your nice brandy from Toblin. It's just as you remembered it, if not a little extra this time, because he's a very poor pourer in his mind,
Yeah.
but in your mind, it's an amazing pour.
that, and I think he originally said that this stuff is not requested much, so he has a crap ton of it.
Yep. So, but he will charge
Works for
you.
me.
He'll just ask for 1 gold for the glass tonight.
That he shall have. We're only doing 1. We have a lot to get through already.
Just one.
Just 1.
So,
I'll be here all night if I have a second.
but
Oh dear.
so,
Hope you don't do anything crazy.
You're talking to a wizard. Is that supposed to be a joke?
More or less.
Stick to your day job. Or lack thereof.
so coming into the evening, Ixon, was there anything you wanted to do before we start wrapping up?
I'm casting locate animals. I'm looking for Mr. T.
Oh no.
How far does locate animals work?
I don't think it applies to humanoids, and I'm guessing Mr. T is a turtle.
He's a turtle.
Oh, okay.
The distance and direction of the thing within 5 miles.
Okay, yeah, you gather that he is currently staying at Gostier's. You know the direction you heard from your friends. So.
I was mistaken. I thought it was the humanoid race.
Oh, no. He's just a big turtle that knows how to talk.
Interesting.
So are you headed that way then?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I will say, arriving there, you probably would have made it with Lalia. You are invited in. Mr. T, while being there, is sound asleep at the moment. He's currently supporting a passed out Droopy.
Of course.
And Gostier
Is
kind
there
of...
a room?
What was that?
Is there a room next to Droopy?
A little bit. They're kind of like in the wolf chamber. You could lay near them. But
Yeah, I'm just gonna lay near him then.
okay. So as you go ahead and lay near them, he continues to lead Lalia back to her room, so you guys are set up. Anything else for the evening from the remainder of the party? I believe you're all at Toblin's at this point, so...
Nope, Ragar is gonna head to bed.
Cool.
Gradually downing the brandy.
Why not? I'll have some whiskey. Fuck it.
Alright, you can get a regular glass of whiskey. Will run you about 2 silver, so you can grab that.
Hell yeah. Tennessee whiskey.
Right. So, any last minutes before heading to bed for the evening?
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Unless there's more banter to be had.
No.
Bink, are you settled for the night? You got a few gold playing headed in?
Yeah, my guy's all good. He's gonna call it in for the night.
All right. So as you all are kind of winding down for the evening, there's a few more lines of dialogue passed, a little bickering, the two of you enjoying your brandy and whiskey at the table. Slowly make your way into a decent night. Everybody is... they're feeling pretty good. You guys had a really nice sleep last night, a really excellent breakfast this morning. And we'll go ahead and call it there for the week. And we'll pick up next week back in Fandolin on a new day.
Alright then.
No.
So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. I'll be right back. Alrighty, guys. We went over a few minutes, but thanks for hanging out. That's going to be it for us today. So thank you for watching session 10. We'll be back next week, session 11. We've got a couple adventures to work on, maybe some weapons or something coming into town from Lenine. We'll see. But I hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend. And remember, we'll be back on Monday with our regular broadcast of the Beaker Show. So have a good weekend, guys. We'll see you next time. See you.